10 years ago, when the Global Agribusiness Forum was launched. Its commitment to the development and promotion of a sustainable global agriculture made it become something much bigger than just a reoccurring event. What was intended to be a space dedicated to reflection and debate surpassed the limit of ideas and became a continuous movement. One that seeks to overcome the current challenges to the world's socioeconomic development, but also commits to building a safe future for the global agricultural chain. In the last 2 years, the world had to face a global pandemic that triggered a silent warning. Can countries work together and prepare for unfavorable events in the future? Are we doing the best we can in face of climate change? Has global food security been our #1 priority? Such themes have already been at the center of GAF's debates and discussions throughout its first decade of history. However, what used to be a warning needs to become a plan of action. In this edition, we need to emphasize the urgency and present solutions fast. We need, as a global community, to act in the present to save our future. During these 2 days of event, heads of state, political and social leaders, entrepreneurs, the scientific and academic community, rural producers and farmers from all over the world are gathered in one place to define the new paths for global agribusiness, taking on the challenge of discussing safe and viable solutions for all sectors. Paths that, above all, generate inclusive and sustainable economic growth and place the people and the environment first. Food security, climate change, and sustainability are topics that, now more than ever, make us think. Where do we see ourselves in the future? What do we want for our current generation and the next ones? How can we be transformative agents really capable of change? Our natural resources are limited. The health of our planet and society demands for new ways of producing, preserving, expanding, and truly seeing the world around us. The future demands action, not later. It starts right now. Be part of the movement. To harvest a new tomorrow, we need to sow new ideas. Global Agribusiness Forum. For a decade, reconnecting people to the field for the benefit of our planet.
Somos o Banco BV. Temos uma trajetória de mais de 30 anos, que envolve solidez, inovação, pioneirismo e uma história de sucesso. Unimos maturidade digital de quem é precursor na revolução do mercado financeiro, com a expertise de empresas parceiras no segmento do agronegócio. Pioneiros em emissões de títulos agro e mercado de capitais como CPR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros, que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar em que a evolução vem da inovação, conectando a terra e a tecnologia a todos os lugares e a todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
For the ones who are in sustainability, our natural resources, water and soil. And this debate will be in English. And bear in mind, there will be simultaneous translation. So if you need translation, feel free and you can select your channel of choice. As for the arena, we are going to go through our agenda. We'll be discussing technology, food security, and sustainability. This is the innovation. So rooms 3 and 4, channels 3 and 4. Arena is going to be the global arena, and we will be tackling food security and international agri-food markets. So channels 5 and 6, you can have access to the global arena at channels 5 and 6. And we will be also talking about the new geopolitical order and the challenges to energy transition. This is going to be our forum arena, channel 7 and 8 for Portuguese and English. So the other channels, if you are interested in either of them, make sure that you select the right channels and you can attend the right arenas. So let's start our discussion panels, and you can have a great event. Thank you so much.
una pregunta.
I don't speak English.
I will take the device, change the size, okay?
Ok.
¿Qué dijo? What he said?
Que ele vai trazer o.
Ok.
vai traseiro.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Checking.
Autumn speaking.
Is this working? Checking.
Is the volume adjusted correctly? Great.
Yes, it's working. Sim, nós podemos ouvi-lo.
Can you hear me? I
Yes.
can hear me myself.
Yeah. We are in the same channel, I think, no? We need to be here on TV, and then we start.
Ele só foi testar, só para ver se estava chegando certinho. Modern times. Yeah, because you can move around.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for being here today with us. It's a great pleasure for me. I'm Pedro Viñó from Argentina. I'm the president of the National Value Corn Chain, and we will be speaking today here about biotechnology with three experts. John Linder is director of MySol, chairman of the board of the National Corn Growers Association, Ohio, USA. Really pleased to be here with you, John, today. Autumn Abraham is director of biotechnology of CropLife Brazil. And we also have Ambassador Carlos Marcio Cosendey. He's Brazilian delegate to the International Economic Organization, Brazilian Embassy in France, Paris. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for being with us today as well. At a global level, biotechnology provides powerful instruments to a sustainable development in agriculture, fishery, and forestry. It also allows for a better management of the health of our planet. The following panelists will discuss how biotechnology is contributing to different stages of production in agriculture, offering means of genetic improvement, higher efficiency, and safe implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. So, John, the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you. Really glad to be here with you all. Thanks for sitting in on this session. Really, it's an honor and privilege to be here from the United States and Brazil for this wonderful forum. If we get our clicker. We'll move into the slides when they come up. Okay. Not sure where we're going with the slides. I apologize. Getting nothing on the clicker, so I'm apologizing.
Is a problem with technology, John?
It is. It's wonderful when it works. We experience this on the farm too. I feel like everything we do on the farm is, in the way of technology, is in beta form. At the newest version, we're always happy if we can go back to the previous till they get the bugs out of the new, but yeah.
It will come in any minute.
If we don't get slides, we'll may have to improvise. I'm nervous. Should I go ahead and click?
Let's have some hope. It's going to come.
We're checking it out, see where we're going here.
Still waiting for the presentation here in the sustainability arena.
Well, I'm glad to be standing before you, but I do wish I had something to present for you as well. So we'll wait a few minutes. So, you know, when I do get my slides up, we will talk a little bit about history, and I'll just share with you. I'm going to have some data that is from 1980 to 2015 toward the end there. That's kind of an interesting period for me because I came back to the farm in 1980, and I can tell you everything we did was conventional, and there really weren't traits. We only had genetics. So it was a matter of crop protection, tools that we had to manage the risk and the plant health. And I was never so glad to have the introduction of biotechnology in our corn seed as we planted, because the opportunity for us to not have to apply insecticides with the planter and worry about rescue as much, it was very meaningful to my operation. And I probably underestimated, I thought it was a convenience, but I probably underestimated its ability to produce gain on the farm and economic value. I just knew personally my health risk would be much less as we move forward. So I am John Linder. I'm the chairman of the board of directors at the National Corn Growers and the new Maisol director from the U.S. Edison, Ohio, that's about in the middle of the state for any of you that care to look it up on the map or have any reference to that. This is just a photo from an airplane as a friend was flying over. He sent me that photo, and I really, really appreciate it. Thought you might as well. So, as I stated, in 1980, everything was conventional. The corn, the beans, the wheat, we worked the ground and did our seeding. But since the adoption of biotechnology into our seed stream, we were early adopters in that. And what you see here in the next couple of slides will be just some examples of the way that we seed our corn. I really like planting corn. I really like raising corn. It's a great commodity for us. So the left-hand photo is fall strip tillage, only working about 6.5 inches deep in 30-inch bands and putting fertilizer in that band and in that strip as well. Then you see on the right, we'll come back in the spring and we'll plant over top of those strips. So we'll not only have the benefit of the fall fertilization that we put in, but we also carry fertilizer on the planter for starter and early plant development. So most of our fertilizer, we really strive on the farm to put it subsurface. So if there's major rain events, the soil moves, takes nutrients with it. We do everything we can to mitigate that soil movement, but you know, you can't always be successful with some of these larger rain events we've been having. So strip tilling is something that we really feel is a good fit, but we have highly erodible soils by our USDA's definition, where the slopes in the soil type suggest the soil will move. So we won't strip till those in the fall. We may do some in the spring if they can be well managed, but if we put those strips in the fall, we'd have gullies every 30 inches in places of fields. So we don't do that everywhere. So some of what we've been working toward in that is cover crops. And you see on the left-hand slide, we're planting green, I'm calling it, into a cover crop. So that crop is still live, that cover is still live. That is a particular rye variety that we chose. And we do have success with that. It works good to a point. Sometimes these symbiotic relationships between plants causes us to choose a different cover crop. So we've gone from rye, which works in soybeans, to wheat and the corn because they seem to get along better and don't have the issues with emergence that we had with rye. The middle photo is a terminated crop. It is, again, a wheat. Works well. We terminated the crop and then come in and planted in it and had really good results in that as well. So we do like the cover for the value of the soil. Large rains don't compact it, but also the moisture holding capability in some of our soil throughout the season is enhanced with that. But as you see, we're not seeing the soil. So we have to be really careful on which crop protection products we use, and that's when the biotechnology in the seed really gives us the opportunity to work well in planning and using different forms for different types of applications, because we do a little bit of conventional. We do, as you see, terminated cover crop, green cover crop, strip till. We use different products all the way through, so we mitigate the risk of having anything become resistant in the way of weeds against our chemical program. So what does that toolbox look like? Well, it's all about innovation. And one of the things that we have learned over time, and we found we are really just learning, is the soil innovation. What we can learn from the soil and the life that is in that soil year-round, the microbes. That technology is evolving, and our seed innovations are a really nice complement to that as well, because the use of biotechnology, we can be very specific in what our needs are. And just as an example, in the U.S., rootworm was one of the first biotechnology traded corns. We really were after that protection because that is $1 billion bug. But we quickly learned that we not only needed above ground, but we needed below ground. So the innovations that have been coming in the biotechnology space, in that seed innovation space, has been phenomenal. Genetics still play well. We still have to be mindful about what genetics, and that is the biotechnology can be used across many regions, but the genetics still need to be specific to the zone I live in, the zone I farm in. And so we have to picture two different approaches. One is a widely effective, but the other needs to be tailored fitted to areas. But that's the nice thing about biotechnology, it fits everywhere. Our crop protection innovations, the formulations that we can use to take care of our crop during the season, they can be pre-plant burn downs, we can do post-planting, and we can do post-emergence applications, all for crop protection. But that becomes dependent on what type of production practice we use. We're really thankful for those opportunities to have a much broader toolbox, thanks to biotechnology, than we ever had before. The precision innovations are real. I actually, on our farm, my brother, my wife, my youngest daughter works for us. My eldest daughter owns a farm and is part of the farm. My youngest daughter went to college, come back, and she works in the precision space. What a boon for the old man standing before you to have that person you can lean on. So it's really, but the innovations that are coming there are just phenomenal. And what we can do in seed control and delivery, as well as trench closure, downforce for our no-till, the fertilizer applications, it all comes into play. The mechanical innovations just tie so closely with what we need to be able to do multiple different types of planting. You know, the methodology of our production practices are varied, as I've described, and to be able to have one planter that can go across that spectrum, you know, that innovation is immeasurable as well. But I can assure you that as we went through this from the 1980s and went from conventional to this, it was a curve. But you know, it has been very easy to be early adopters because people were very targeted in their approach, just like with the seed innovations and the biotechnology. So what I really want to show you in a bit of a metric, and this is from the National Corn Growers, and we are adhering to sustainability, and I can just assure you that all the innovations we can find across the spectrum are going to be hugely important. If you need help seeing it, the reduced soil loss per acre, this is from 1980 to 2015. This data was from Field to Market, helped us put it together as well as other researchers. We reduced by 58% the amount of soil loss per acre. And I can share with you on our highly erodible ground that type of no-till and cover crop is immeasurable in this, but that's from the period I started farming, so I can so relate to this. Was very likely a bell curve from my experience. You know, we had to get to the point that we had biotechnology to really advance this rate of change. So the 46% improved efficiency of water use. You know, largely that's going to be an irrigated number, and we have it here in Brazil, we have it in the States, it's around the world. We have some in Ohio, not as much. We don't have irrigation on our farm. But the technology, my friends that irrigate from Nebraska and other states, they say the technology there is advancing so quickly that they feel like we are really on a course that's really appropriate to maintain a trajectory of being good stewards of our water. So 41% decrease in the amount of land required to produce a bushel of corn. You know, that's land use. And in Brazil, I know there's opportunity for expansion of land, but I can tell you in the U.S., it's contraction of land. And one of the latest innovations that everyone is adhering to in this space is electrification of vehicles in the transportation fleet. We're seeing good, productive farmland being targeted for putting solar panels on. I'm not going to judge a person for making that choice, but when I look at that productive land is out of production for decades, if ever comes back. So, you know, to be able to reduce the amount of land required to produce a bushel of corn by 41% from 1980 to 2015, we need to even be better yet. And it's going to take innovations because we will have to produce more with less. You know, the 41% improved energy use efficiency per bushel in Ohio, we have to dry our corn. Our grain dryer could run on natural gas, but it burns propane, uses electric for our grain bins. You know, we have electric for our shop all winter long. You know, we do have a footprint in the electric space, but when you think about fertilizer has an energy value as well, so that comes into play. So that 41% isn't strictly the diesel fuel we burn, the gasoline we burn, the propane, the electric. It does play into the fertilizer as well. In that strip till rig you saw where it's putting banded fertilizer every 30 inches, we can reduce on some select products as much as 40%. The rate that we apply can be reduced as much as 40% and still be efficient because the roots have direct access to it. Some are only 20%, but that is another thing that comes into play here in the economics of sustainability. We all know it's a three-legged stool, and economics is a big player in it. Social is too. We can't ignore consumers. We can't ignore the world in this space as well. So 31% reduced greenhouse gas emissions per bushel. Now, a lot of this is tied per bushel. If you recall, I said early that from the time we implemented biotechnology in our seed traits, we have increased our productivity by 25%. This is real. This can go further if we continue to use seed innovation for its full value. And I'll share with you where NCGA established their goals, and we're talking about by 2030, increase land use efficiency by 12%, soil erosion reduction by 13%, increased irrigation water use efficiency by another 15%. And as I said, my friends in Nebraska and states like that really use a lot of water, they say, we'll beat that target. We may want to bump it up. So that's a good thing. And I'll touch on that a bit in a minute, but increased energy use efficiency by 13%, reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 13%. You know, this is a journey. I started you a journey when I started farming in 1980. We're not done, nor should we ever be done. This should be a continuum, but we need that toolbox. We need that innovation to get there. And so that's what I wanted to share with you today. And we'll have a question and answer period at the end. So thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Next speaker will be Ambassador Carlos Marcio Cosendey. Ambassador will be making his presentation virtually. Ambassador, are you there? Great, the floor is yours.
It was presented, I'm the Brazilian representative to the international economic organizations here in Paris. The main one of those organizations is the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the functions of the OECD, how the organization has been dealing with agriculture and especially biotechnology. And then at the end, just a quick review of where Brazil is in terms of its pledge to accede to the OECD as a full member. So the OECD is an organization that deals with discussing public policies in a number of different areas, and it has a very big scope of policies that are discussed by the organization. Basically every area of public policy except maybe defense and one or culture, but all the other issues are discussed within the organization. So one first function of the organization is to produce studies and data and databases. That's on the basis of those studies and databases that the Secretariat produces that the discussions take place based on evidence. So it's fundamentally an organization which is discussing how to improve public policies on the basis of evidence. And for that, the organization does a lot of studies and data collection and so on with the cooperation of governments. Then the second function is that it is a space for intergovernmental discussions. So there are a number of committees for the different areas of public policy, and representatives from different governments then go there and on the basis of those studies and data that are produced, discuss public policies in the different areas. So one avenue is the discussion of new issues. If new problems, new challenges appear, that's where countries are going to meet to discuss that. And at the same time, it's a space for evaluation, for peer review of the different policies in different countries. And also by doing that, a country can publicize what it's doing and explain their policies that worked so that other countries can also inspire themselves and their own policies on those examples. A third function is that the OECD produces standards. So when from this discussion there is identified that there is a convergence on certain issues, normally the organization will produce a recommendation or a decision. That those standards can be the consolidation of best practices. So if everybody thinks that a certain way of doing things is the best one, it becomes a recommendation. or it can also be a standard that establishes minimum standards of behavior for the different countries that allow international cooperation to move forward. And finally, a fourth function is that in practice, the organization defines a number of items of the international agenda, items that are going to be initially discussed at the OECD and then eventually will even become part of the discussions elsewhere. For instance, there has been always a lot of connection between the OECD and the World Trade Organization, or previous to that, the GATT, the General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade. So a number of issues would be discussed in the OECD, studied in the OECD, and then would move on to the GATT and to the WTO to become international agreements in the multilateral trade area. So how does the OECD apply those four functions, for instance, in the biotechnology area, which is the one we are discussing here today? So in terms of studies and data, there is a lot of studies that are done in that area, but specifically there are in the working groups that discuss those issues, the production of what they call consensus documents, which are documents that culture by culture provide for the basic data and the basic descriptions of the biology of the different species, so that this can be a useful resource for regulators when they examine different innovations which are, in terms of biotechnology, which are presented to them. There are around 60 documents, 60 consensus documents now for different cultures, and that is a kind of a repository of knowledge, of a consensus knowledge among regulators in that area. The organization also maintains what's called the BioTrack database, which is a database which includes 366 products of bioengineered cultures, which is again an information base for regulators to get information on what is there on the market and help them when they do their risk assessments and their evaluation of new cultures. In terms of intergovernmental discussions, there are three main fora that discuss biotechnology at the OECD. You have the Working Party on the Harmonization of Regulatory Oversight in Biotechnology, the Working Party for the Safety of Novel Foods and Feed, and in a more technological dimension, the Working Party on the Biotechnology, Nanotechnology, and Convergent Technologies. So all those three fora work, as I mentioned, as the place where policymakers meet and can discuss how they're, on one side, on the innovation side, what are the policies to promote innovation in that area, and on the other side, in terms of the regulators that exchange their experience and their methods of work to improve the public policy in that area. There is one, this is an area that has been working more on the basis of studies, database, and cooperation. So it has not had a more normative approach. So there is only one recommendation in the area, which is the recommendation on human biobanks and genetic research databases, which is a general instrument that provides guidelines for regulators when they establish nationally what are the requirements for that kind of databases. So, so the organization is approaching innovation in agriculture in general by multiple examinations, multiple studies. They have those specific fora dedicated to biotechnology with a regulator, policymaker perspective. So it's not an organization which is producing the innovation, but it's trying to create and help to create the necessary legislative frameworks in the different countries, in the institutional frameworks in the different countries, on one side to allow those new innovations to happen, on the other side to allow that the necessary regulation is provided for. I think the agriculture discussions in the OECD in the last years have in a way moved from a more economic perspective, examining specifically what would be the agricultural policy, they still do that, and there are very important discussions on economic instruments and on trade and other aspects of economic regulation of agriculture. But more and more there are discussions on sustainability of agriculture and the relationship between the different areas, not only within agriculture itself, how to have a more sustainable agriculture, but also the impact that agriculture has on different biomes. If you take, for instance, and I am moving to that part now, the process of accession of Brazil to the OECD. As you know, Brazil has asked to become part of this big exercise of policy improvement by becoming a full member of the OECD. And this request was made in 2017. Members took sometimes, in fact, 4 years, to be able to agree on how this would proceed, because there were 6 candidates. Finally, in January this year, those candidates were accepted to start the accession process. Now, the phase where we are is that the Council of the OECD approved the roadmap for the accession of those countries. This roadmap establishes the different committees that are going to examine the public policies of the candidate countries. Of course, the Agriculture Committee will be one that will examine. The Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee also will examine the policies of the candidate countries. And within for each committee, the Council has approved what are the core principles, with the basic criteria that are going to be examined to see whether the policies and the legislation of each candidate country is convergent with those of the countries which are already members of the OECD. So the OECD functions as a club of good practices. So it's necessary that a country that comes in as a new member has a certain degree of convergence with those which are already there, in order to allow the discussions to flow with more productivity and in a more positive way. So the accession process is made of these examinations of policies in different areas. In the agriculture area, one novelty in terms of the criteria that are going to be examined is exactly the sustainability one, which was not present in previous criteria for the Agriculture Committee. So previously it was more concentrated on examining what kind of agriculture policy that country adopted. Now it also includes the sustainability dimensions of agriculture and of the impact of agriculture, including in terms of the impact of agriculture in other biomes like forests and so on. So that's a general picture of what the OECD does in this area, in specific area of biotechnology and agriculture sustainability in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. We are aware that you won't be on the question and answer part of this presentation. Is there any message you want to leave to the floor?
Is that, as the previous presenter, John, mentioned, agriculture is now basically innovation, and it's basically sustainability. And those two aspects are very important in the OECD and in the OECD process of accession. I think Brazil is generally well prepared for that, both in the area of innovation in agriculture and in the area of sustainable agriculture. But of course, as we know, there are difficulties in relation, for instance, to deforestation in certain areas, and we'll have to deal with that during the accession process.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Okay, we're continuing with Autumn. Autumn, all yours.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu optei por fazer a minha apresentação em português.
I decided to give my presentation in English. I'm not sure if you need to be in the English channel. My slides are in English, by the way. I'd like to thank all the organizers. Thank you for the invitation. It's such a great opportunity to be here in this sustainable journey in Brazil. Thanks for being the moderator, by the way, and thank you, the colleagues here, John. Thank you. So, by the way, let's start our journey. We are going to look back in the last 40 years in Brazil, right? So the beans production, the grain production has been increasing fivefold, 5 times. So we only explored 71% of our productive land. And if we look a little closer here, just bear in mind, you don't have to focus on each number here. But if you look at the distribution, it's actually very fair. You have a bit for soybeans, a bit for corn and cotton. And this is due to the fact that John has already mentioned here today. John spoke about the production journey, and it was by chance. We didn't even make an agreement or talked about it. No, it happened by chance. But we have had an improvement in regards to nutrition, to soil fertility, and also genoplasm and the adaptation of germplasm, also lower erosion rate. So all these aspects, when we sum them up, when we adding them up, they represent very positive results. And if you look at the curve started increasing quite significantly around the 2000. So we had the CTN bill, which was passed in Brazil, and I think this had a lot impact. Also, the agribusiness in Brazil has been very successful, but I think the main product that was impacted was the corn. So in the 90s, we used to have a safrinha corn, which was a corn that we used to grow in the beginning of the crop. So we would get the seed and we would use these seeds. So this was a small production. We only used this production to pay for the expenses. But in order to explore the production potential, we had these corn started playing a much more important role, and we started calling this corn the second harvest corn or second crop. You see the importance of this corn has increased quite significantly as opposed to the past, and we have had a better control of with pesticides. So anyway, when we were able to overcome such hurdles and we were able to have biotechnology in our side and also use these tools in our favor, we started having a kind of corn that was very resistant, very strong, and it started yielding results. So I would even say that technology has changed the corn production scenario, and it has also opened doors to other commodities such as soybeans, cotton, so that this corn could be used in other ways and also increase production. If you look at the third curve represents the third season. So we had shorter cycles, which allowed the weed control, and also it has been quite important to us this third season. we started also planting and growing other products. So this could not be possible if it weren't for the biotechnology and if it weren't for the biosafety committee. And the biosafety committee is a multicultural committee. I'm not going to deep dive into the regulations, but they work in 3 pillars, 4 pillars. They work in the environmental pillar, in the animal pillar, a human development pillar. So there are regulatory aspects as well. So we've been consistently trying to have materials approved. And this committee has a great quality. This community is made up of scientists that are very active. And the art of science is practiced in this institution. So each leader can only have three terms. And so there is, they take turns, and there is science innovation involved. There are so many aspects involved. So we constantly have the norms updated. So we have the regulatory institutions that may take longer to keep up with science, but this committee doesn't. They are very updated, and they keep up with the changes. We also work with animals, microorganisms. However, we need to sell plants. At the beginning, we focused much more on growing and planting. But as you can see here on the graphic, each color represents a different commodity. So yellow represents corn. You see the peak that it reaches because of biotechnology. But this took a long time to get the right approvals and to get the laws approved. You see, so the more familiar you get, the better it is. So the characteristics, the genetics, you see that the curves, they change according to the efficiency, according to the evidences, and according to the consensus. So they become agile, they become more efficient. So when we submit that to the committee, we have different, of course, performances according to the commodities. We have eucalyptus, sugarcane that is genetically modified, and the last one is the wheat. So the wheat was the last one to be in the pipeline. And usually when we have a different species, we face a lot of problems. So a lot of things must be taken into account. We have usually during a public hearing, we have more than half of the plants approved by the Brazilian government, but we need to lower this rate.
We have some vaccines during COVID to control COVID and other veterinary and human diseases. So just to speak briefly, as CTN-Bio started working, and we started assessing different species and different events. And nowadays, the scenario that we have is that soybean, 98% of the soybean planted in Brazil is genetically modified soybean. Especially, we have the traits of resistance to insects and tolerance to herbicide. But for corn, 95%, it's an extremely high adoption rate. So farmers are realizing the benefits of the use of biotechnology. And in cotton, we have an 80% adoption rate, both for cotton, soybean and meal. The main characteristics are resistance to insects and tolerance to herbicides. But some others, we have soybean approved with a tolerance to droughts, and these characteristics will be expanded in the near future. To give you a global idea of GMOs planted in the world, because it's not just us who plant them. We have around 40% of the GMO soybean produced here. Brazil is one of the biggest producers and exporters of soybean. Around 25 and 30% of the corn is genetically modified, is planted here in Brazil. And in cotton, we have around 5% of genetically modified cotton, and we don't have canola being planted here. So it is not just a Brazilian event using biotechnology. Major grain producing and commodity producing countries have been adopting it. The U.S. is the first producer with more than 71 million hectares, and Brazil has 56, which is a little more than half of what we plant today. And here, just to divide our planted area, which is 56 million hectares, 37 of GMO soybean, 17 million of maize, and 1.2 hectares of cotton and sugarcane. The first year was something around 8,000 hectares, and the second year 18,000, and now the third year 37,000. We have exponential growth in sugarcane, especially sugarcane resistant to insects. So you see a very good acceptance of farmers. So biotech in agriculture is not only transgenic. So we have been adopting biotechnology in the identification of markers for improvement, in the choice of good parents and good characteristics and resistance to diseases, the use of mutation methods, radioactive, or the use of chemicals. We have the application of tissue crops like strawberries, bananas, and eucalyptus. The reproduction techniques are very well used. And the transgenics, which was what I was presenting until now. And now we have the use of genomic editing, which is the frontier of technology. That is also, we have products. CTNBio is one of the pioneers in the implementation of standards to assess and approve these materials, in line with some countries like Argentina, Australia, and the EU. They are having a public hearing to see how to implement these products. So biotechnology is a set of techniques that work with a bio, and that we have been using this for a very long time, and always with benefits of increasing productivity and improving the characteristics that may be both nutritional or appearance or organoleptic characteristics. And here we carried out a study 4 years ago, which was a very depth study together with AgroConsult, isolating the aspect of the use of biotechnology and which aspects it brought in terms of in the environmental aspects of reduction in the use of products to produce the use of crop production products. There were a reduction of more than 800 tons in 20 years. A reduction in fuel use. We tend to do less spraying operations, so we have a reduction of 377 million liters of fuel. The use of water and the carbon emissions. It was a very interesting study that is available on CropLife's website. And it also brings economic aspects of these 20 years of adoption, both in terms of productivity and return to farmers and the profit to the daily economy. And it's worth taking a look and showing also the direct benefits to farmers. If you observe in soybean and cotton crops, which is around 12 to 13%, an increase of 12, 13% in the profit of these crops. Sometimes this is the margin that the farmer has, depending on the year. Just using biotech, you can have the benefit of what it would be your margin. If your margin is good, if it gets better with biotech. And in the shorter column, which is the winter corn, which is now called, we used to be called safrinha crop and is now called second crop. It shows why the second crop has become more prominent nowadays. It represents 30% of our corn production, and the return for farmers who use biotech in the corn varieties is really 124% more profit in the production, in a production that takes 4 to 5 years. I don't know any return better than this. So this justifies the wide adoption and the transformation of the second crop corn into the main crop. In a study that was published in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, they reached this ratio in countries. A developing country, for each dollar invested in biotech, the farmer got a return of over $4, and in developed countries, for each dollar invested, they got a little more than $3 in return. So mathematically, we also show this study in our homepage, and it's interesting to see that there's direct relationship for farmers. In addition to have greater output, more stable supply in the market, you also have direct returns to farmers, and which is why they adopted it. This is showing what the future holds for us in terms of biotech. In addition to the use of more focused on health, using plants as biofactories, we will be able to fight climate change, the effects of climate change that not only involve the rising temperatures, but bring more diseases and pests that enable the different pests. You have more transit of products in the world. We have received Asian rust, and the trend is that we'll have an increasing number of contaminations and infestations and attacks of pests and diseases, and probably technology will be a rapid response to this kind of threat in agriculture. In addition to using the plants as biofactories of producing products that can bring benefits to both human, animal, and environmental health, using plants as factors for environmental treatment. That's what I had to say. I am here available and ready for the question and answer session. Thank you.
I'll be back with you. You tell us about this dynamic history. This is not a picture, this is a movie. What can you say about that?
Well, I really appreciate that question, because when we think about food security for the world, there's a lot of policies established around the production of agriculture, corn in specific. Dear to me, I can share with you that we began talking about conservation. and some of the conservation tillage, some of the practices, some of the grass seedings that were left out of production to manage rainfall, not current streams, just managing the field so that when we got those big events. But then we kind of moved into the sustainability piece, and sustainability became many things and became really difficult to define. So as we move forward from that, before we ever really fully defined sustainability, now we're talking about regenerative ag. And that's very common in the U.S. I don't know how much you talk about your regenerative ag here in Brazil, but it feels like every step someone is trying to say that's where you need to be. That's your end game. That's where we want you to land. But I showed you that this is a work in progress. This is a journey. So whatever term we decide to define, the place we need to be is really just on the right path, and it's not going to be an end game. It is a continuum for here forward for as long as my kids can farm. And so I just want everyone to think about that as we move forward. It is a movie. It's not a picture. We can take a snapshot, but this is a long game, and this really doesn't have to end. It can end really well because we can feed the world through our agriculture, and corn is magical, if you will. It has such wonderful properties. It's used in 4,000 products, but largely it is the starch that's used. In the world's short of protein, most everything we do, we land the protein back into the marketplace to produce meat protein and many other things.
My suit is made of corn.
Yes, this suit, it's wonderful. I really need one. It's made from cornstarch, one of the 4,000 products. So,
and John, it reminds me a speech that says, "When I found all the answers, the questions had changed." You know.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Autumn. Autumn, I wanna ask you, what about public acceptance? I know that here in Brazil, there's been a survey asking about public acceptance on wheat. What can you tell us about that?
Muito bom, Pedro.
That's a very good question, Pedro. During this process of approval of wheat, we had a public hearing at CTN-Bio. Some sectors, wheat had been received a conditional approval in Argentina, waiting for approval in Brazil to start to be planted in Argentina. And some organizations were opposing the approval with a fear that this would generate a trade problem and acceptance of consumers of transgenic products in bread and cookies. In April and early May, one of the associations that opposed this made a survey with consumers. They were very responsible. They decided to do a survey, and the answer of consumers is that more than 71% of consumers said they do not worry about using transgenic wheat in products that they will consume on a daily basis. They don't want a scarcity, and they want this product is assessed in terms of safety. They feel confident to consume it. They will not oppose. So this resistance has to do with history of use. We have been using biotechnology for over 20 years without any problems in terms of consumption. The result in terms of price and supply of products, I think consumers have a more favorable vision of biotech. There are many labeled products in the market showing, clearly stating that they are made using transgenic corn and soybean, and consumers do not show any resistance. On the opposite, they are affordable, they have a good quality. This is a good sign, I think, for biotechnology that has a history of lack of information and negative propaganda. And I think the history shows that it has broken
Seems
this
like
barrier.
consumers are getting aware that biotechnology is taking care of the environment.
Sim,
Yes, And at the end, consumers and common citizens, they want food at their table at an affordable price and with a history of safe use. There are no more reasons to mistrust. What you have to question is the information that comes with the opposite sign. So this survey, this industry changed its position. The association changed its opinion of opposing the approval, and now they no longer oppose the approval of genetically modified
Thank you very much,
wheat.
Autumn. John, we're arriving to the end of this panel. I want you to leave the last message that you want to leave to the people here. What would that be? And then with you, Autumn, as well.
Well, I thank you for that opportunity. And I would say that biotechnology is to be embraced. We've got so much innovation today, but where we're heading is almost unfathomable in real terms where we can go, because the genome is amazing, but when you think about how we can be advancing the plant breeding as in real terms and still be defined as 100% corn, it's just amazing to think that we can change a trajectory, and we've got so many great places to go to feed the world and provide fuel. And I just think that 100% right, the sustainability is it's so dependent on innovation, and seed technology is a big part of that innovation. So, do appreciate that.
Your turn, Autumn.
Bom, obrigado, Pedro, pela moderação. Eu acho que a mensagem final.
Thank you, Peter, for mediating this talk. I think that technology is not a solution for everything in agriculture, but it's a tool, and it's a fundamental tool, it's an essential tool, and it also provides farmers resources that they can rely on, and they can fight climate change. We have just overcome a pandemic. However, the day before yesterday, we have already discovered another disease that could represent a new pandemic. Anyway, so technology for sure will help us overcome these hurdles and setbacks, and we need to be open to technology, and we need to be open to innovations. So this is what is going to make mankind here in this planet.
As we've seen, technology is part of the solution of our problems, and that should be the end of this panel. Thank you very much to you all.
We are in the same journey.
First day of our event. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here. And let's keep track of our schedule. Thank you, all the panelists, moderators, participants, attendees. So could you please take your seats so we can go on with our schedule? We will be having different panels and different arenas. Please take your seats. All right, so in the sustainability arena, we have circular economy and food waste reduction. You can listen to this discussion on channels 1 and 2. President, CEO for Abra Frutas, Juan Agrian, Roberto Carvalho de Azevedo, and who is an ambassador, and also Joan, who works for Ambev. Could you please get back to your seats? So we are going to be talking about circular economy and food waste reduction in our sustainability arena. Mr. Adriano, he is an ambassador, and also Mr. Ramos. We'll be discussing here channels 1 and 2. In the innovation arena, we are going to be looking ahead, so nutrition and food safety, channels 3 and 4. We will have the moderator and specialist Angela Perry, Luis Fernando, and the other participants. Could you please get back to your seats? Channel 3 and 4. We will be talking also about logistics in the global arena, logistics integration, and other relevant initiatives in the world. And if you want to attend this one, you can choose channels 5 and 6. The next panel, the discussion panel, we will have Mr. Ricardo. It's going to be an excellent panel. And the forum arena, we will have access to this arena on channels 7 and 8. Also, Eduardo Bastos will be the moderator, Lucas Passarero, and also more panelists discussing this very important topic to the market. So have a wonderful panel, and I hope you enjoy the content.
Estão ouvindo? Obrigado. Bom, boa tarde a todos. Obrigado aqui pela presença no evento do GAF, Global Agribusiness Forum, e especialmente aqui nesse nosso debate. Vamos debater um pouco sobre segurança alimentar, segurança do alimento, na ponta, de repente, do consumidor. E nós temos 3 panelistas aqui nesse nosso bloco. E nós estamos aqui ao lado do Luiz, que é de Piracicaba, professor da Exalc. Agora tem uma empresa de consultoria nessa área, né, Luiz?
And also a professor from Ghana. My apologies, I don't have her name. I don't know her name by heart. However, I will check it down. I'll check it out. She will be participating in this panel online, but we couldn't find the other participant, the other panelist, but we need to start now. So I'd like to ask for the organizers to follow the schedule, and we are going to be talking to Dr. Anna Perry on the internet. Is Dr. Angela ready to talk to us online?
Ana, you hear me?
I can hear you.
Eu preciso. Just 1 second, please.
All right.
Não, acho que ela está esperando, né?
Oi, doutora Ana.
Hello, doctor. Can you hear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Ela está escutando.
Can you hear me?
Ela está escutando? Mas tem uma outra. Ah, eu estou no outro canal, desculpe. Eu estou no outro canal, por isso que não está dando certo.
My apologies. I was using the wrong language channel. I was listening to a different channel. It was supposed to be channel 3 and 4. My apologies. 3 and 4 is for Portuguese, right?
Ok. Eu peço desculpas.
So, Dr. Angela, my apologies. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. You are a wonderful keynote speaker. You are not from Brazil. You're miles away from Brazil. However, with technology, the world has become smaller. So your testimonial is very important for our forum and your experience. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. You're the first keynote speaker to talk to us here today. International one in this panel. So we will be having 25 minutes. I am the moderator. I am a producer. I grow corn, soybeans, and I'm also a cattle rancher. So I will hand it over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I am honored to be here to add to the discussion on looking ahead, nutrition and food safety. My name is Angela Perry-Hansen-Knedu, and I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana, Department of Nutrition and Food Sciences. To start off, we know that the United Nations suggests that the world's population would reach about 9.7 billion by 2050, putting pressure on the food system to supply efficient, wholesome food to feed the world's population. The agri-food system as it stands now has many interlinked challenges, ranging from climate change to its effects, land use, sustainable food production, pest control issues, emerging diseases, evolving consumer needs, advanced technologies applied along the food continuum, distribution challenges, food prices, etc., with underlying nutrition and food safety issues. We also know that the COVID-19 pandemic revealed the limitations of our food supply around the globe. And although there has been progress in closing some of the gaps, the current instability in Ukraine has further worsened challenges facing food systems in many countries, especially developing countries. There has been technological strides, though, in introducing novel foods, nutritious foods produced sustainably, such as insects for food, cultured meats, and plant-based meat. But do these present any new food safety and nutrition challenges, or even ethical challenges? We have approximately 8 years to achieve the UN 2030 agenda, so we need game-changing solutions. To achieve safe and nutritious foods for all, food system transformations are critical to proactively respond to emerging challenges facing the agri-food sector. And these transformations need to address the following: consumer needs as they evolve, malnutrition issues, could be overnutrition, obesity issues, hidden hunger, availability, access, utilization of food, and stability of these, which are the pillars for food security, food safety issues, equity and technological advances applied to the food value chain today, ethical issues, as well as planetary health. I'd like to make reference to the FAO's Foresight report that was published this year on future food safety as we look ahead. This report predicts food safety challenges based on current and emerging trends and provides recommendations to guide decision making. I'll highlight only two of the topical issues discussed in the report. First of all, increase in global temperatures linked to climate change, greenhouse gas emissions are contributing to extreme climatic events that has impacted on ecosystems, economies, and human, plant, and animal lives. Current temperatures are about 1.2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times, and global warming is expected to exceed 2.7 degrees Celsius within a century, with exacerbating effects on our planet, including heat waves, floods, droughts, wildfires, some of which we're experiencing today. And all of these can lead to adverse effects on our ecosystem, with significant economic losses due to failed food production seasons and ripple effects on livelihoods. There's also an increase in geographic prevalence and distribution of foodborne pathogens like Campylobacter and Salmonella. There's also a report on potential association of increased temperatures on increased rate of antimicrobial resistance of dangerous bacterial pathogens. Some notable ones are Staph aureus, Klebsiella, Salmonella, Listeria monocytogenes, and Campylobacter. We also know that climate change has effects on algal blooms, with consequential harmful effects on aquatic life. Mycotoxins, especially aflatoxins, which are commonly associated with grains in tropical Africa, are now spreading to other geographical areas such as the Mediterranean regions, and they are establishing there. Lastly, we know that climate change also has impact on water scarcity. Water scarcity has direct implications on food production, food availability and access, but most importantly, hygiene and sanitation problems, which have direct impact on food safety. The interventions recommended include early warning systems, monitoring and surveillance data, and also more research to inform decision making, which also requires funding. The second point I'd like to highlight is consumer behavior and food safety. Current trends in consumer drivers include healthier food options, sustainable production of food and sourcing of raw materials, food safety issues, animal welfare issues, ethical issues, urbanization, increased income, food waste issues, planetary health, among others. All of these have positive and negative implications on nutrition and food safety. I have listed here some 2022 trends on the food sector, which are driven by consumer behavior. First, we have personalized nutrition, such as nutrigenomics, which makes use of individuals' genomic information to develop bespoke diet plans for consumers. There's also increased use of robotics in food production and food service, which is enhancing quality and safety at the detriment of livelihoods for employees. The COVID-19 pandemic boosted the nutraceutical industry as many consumers are interested in immune boosters. In Ghana and in many countries around the world, there's a spike in herbal tea consumption, healthy beverages, and other food products containing immune boosters. E-commerce is transforming the food industry, especially in developing countries and informal settings, as there's less handling of cash by food handlers, reducing rate of contamination. 3D printing is a game changer in using alternative ingredients in healthy, sustainable food manufacturing and customized foods. Consumers are also calling for environmentally friendly and interactive food packaging innovations. There's a general trend towards increased demand for biodegradable food packaging materials, intelligent and active packaging that can inform consumers on the quality and safety of high-risk foods. There's increased interest in plant-based meat alternatives and cultured meats, insect for food, and seaweed as alternative food sources. They may present unorthodox risks that may evade regulatory agencies and thus require particular attention in their risk assessment processes. And of course, these require further research. The recommendation is to provide adequate, credible food safety and nutrition information through labeling instructions, popular media, online sources, etc., to inform consumers and dilute inaccurate information that can confirm consumer biases, misinform consumers, and cause unnecessary panic and food waste. I'd like to comment on the case of Ghana, where I am currently, with regards to food safety and nutrition and what the future looks like for us. Ghana is a lower middle income country in West Africa. Ghana has high economic growth and transformation. Ghana has also achieved substantial improvements in food security, especially reduced poverty and chronic and acute child undernutrition. But we still have substantial limitations in reducing malnutrition and foodborne diseases. Based on our multiple indicator cluster survey, we still have a high prevalence of diarrhea, around 33%. 30% of children are underweight, 45% stunted, and 16% wasted. Over the last couple of years, there's been a spike in cost of fruits and vegetables, which are nutritious foods, and these are eroding nutritional gains made. Most Ghanaians obtain their foods from the informal sector, which has poor regulatory oversight. Fortunately for us, very recently, just last month, as part of our World Food Safety Day celebrations, the government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Food and Drugs Authority, launched the food safety policy. And our food safety policy has three main goals. One, to strengthen food safety governance through food safety management, surveillance systems and programs, social behavior change, and communication strategy. Secondly, to strengthen institutional coordination and collaboration among agencies responsible for food safety and nutrition. These include food safety coordinating committees, establishing such a committee to oversee risk assessments, provide guidance documents, etc., on current and emerging food safety and nutrition issues, capacity building, and early warning systems. The last is to ensure harmonization, synergy, and enforcement of food laws and regulations. And this includes both the formal and informal sector. We also launched the National Food Safety Emergency Response Plan as part of the World Food Safety Day celebrations. And lastly, the Ghana Food and Drugs Authority has recently established a new department to develop guidelines for regulating novel foods. So as we think about the future and the food system transformations going on, we are gradually adapting our regulatory framework to adjust to the current trends. I'll end on this note. The food sector is evolving rapidly, causing several transformations in the food system, and the existing food control systems need to evolve in response to such transformations in order to deliver safe food for all. This requires a multi-sectoral effort. Governments have a role to play, industry has a role to play, the private sector, NGOs, academia and research institutions, funding agencies, consumers, economists, etc. We all need to work together to find lasting solutions to our challenging nutritional and food safety problems. After all, food safety is everyone's business. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, doutora.
Thank you very much, Dr. Angela Perry, professor of the University of Ghana. I see in your speech that we have a lot of barriers, a lot of difficulties to present quality foods and also volume. You talk about this issue of water and climate change. If it is difficult for us now with this war that we are facing, these are things that of course are transitory, but they are not predictable. We did not expect them. We need to have a system, a bigger system. And I like it very much when you say that we have to get together, our peoples and our countries and our governments, they have to think globally. They have to think of food in global terms. We cannot have food scarcity and malnutrition and health difficulties among children, as you just mentioned. We cannot have that. We need to fight for this. There are resources in the world that need to be directed towards this. I thank you very much for what you said. If you would like to come back, we had 3 lecturers, but you will have only you and Dr. Luis who is here, and then now I will turn the floor over to him, Dr. Luis Inácio. He's the coordinator of nutrients of Para Vida, the Life for Life initiative. He is from Piracicaba. He is a professor of ESALC, the University of Piracicaba, one of the best universities in Brazil, considered one of the major global universities, and he has great experience in this work. Piracicaba, for you who is in Africa, Piracicaba is a city near a big metropolis, the Greater São Paulo, which is where we are. So let's listen to Dr. Luis, and then I will turn the floor back to you if you wish. And now, Dr. Luis, the floor is yours.
Okay, I need my screen, please, with my slides. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here, to be able to address the audience of the Global Agribusiness Forum 2022, to talk about looking ahead, nutrient and food safety. I have to tell you, first of all, I am going to speak in English because I thought the event is international. So I understood I would have to prepare my slides in English and I would have to speak in English. So although I am a Brazilian, I am going to do that. Second of all, I'm going to concentrate around food security, okay? I will touch on other issues, but my main task is to discuss food security. I also have to say that, and very importantly, that I am here, although many different roles and many different hats that I have used in my life, I am here as the coordinator for the Nutrients for Life Foundation in Brazil. Okay, so let me talk briefly with you about Nutrients for Life. So our mission is of changing the perception of the general public about fertilizers and plant nutrition, from something harmful to something positive and necessary to the human race. And we are based on science. Okay, we have a group of scientists that study and devote their time to this mission. And as a scientific organization, we have scientific data that shows, for example, that fertilizer is responsible for about 50% of the food we produce worldwide. And please pay attention to the right of the screen. We have one example, one paper. I'm going to show you several papers that gives exactly the background for this number that I just gave you, that fertilizers is responsible for about 50% of the food we produce. I also want to share with you a statement from Bill Gates that everyone should know, talking about fertilizers. He said, "It's a magical innovation that's responsible for saving millions of lives from hunger and lifting millions more out of poverty by boosting agriculture productivity." So anyway, this is our mission. This is what we do. And I hope you can visit our website, which is www.nutrientsforlife.org. Okay, let's talk about food safety, but more specifically about food security. Food security, in short, exists when our people, all the time, have physical and economical access to sufficient nutrition food, aiming a healthy life. This is the concept by FAO, okay? So it's good we have this in mind as we talk about food security. Now, the first question that I decided to address with you is food we produce nowadays enough in this planet Earth, in the continents that we have in planet Earth? And the data shows that we produce about 35 more calories than necessary to feed all the people in this planet. Okay, so we are producing right now enough calories. But at the same time, this paper from Bahadur and collaborators, published in 2018, trying to answer the question, does current food production meet global nutritional needs? He showed that the results show that the global agricultural system currently overproduces grains, fats, and sugars, while the production of fruits and vegetables and protein is not sufficient to meet the nutritional needs of the current population. So, in general, calories are enough, but they are unbalanced in terms of what we produced. We are also unbalanced among regions. You can see here a map. I'm going to quote several data from the institution which is Our World in Data, okay? This is the first one. Here's a map of the world in terms of cereal production in 2018. So the darker the red, more cereal production we have. So you can see the situation is unbalanced, with Africa producing low amounts and also the Southeast Asia. The same thing in terms of soybean, that's not different, it is unbalanced. The same thing in terms of potato, just to quote some examples. Also, we are unbalanced on food diet and kilocalories. As you can see in the map, the darker the red, the more deficit we have in kilocalories for the human population. So again, you can see some regions are okay, some regions we have large deficits in terms of kilocalorie. We are unbalanced on hunger index. And again, you can see some regions of the world have terrible situation, very high hunger index. 33% of sub-Saharan Africa population are hungry, which is very, very scary and is a terrible piece of information. We are unbalanced on zinc deficiency, as you can see in the map. We are unbalanced on vitamin A deficiency in children. And we are unbalanced also among people, my friends, because while in the world we have 12% of world population, they do not have enough calories. At the same time, 12% of the world population has too many calories. So we are unbalanced in so many ways, okay? So we have an impressive challenge. We have the challenge of going at a global scale from unbalanced to a more balanced status in terms of food, calories, and people health. We have an impressive challenge because if everyone in the planet had the same diet as in the developed countries, we would have to use all land, and we would still be 40% short in terms of production. So again, if we would have the same diet as developed countries have, in all the countries, we would be 40% short in terms of production, and this situation with our current population. And we have an impressive challenge because some institutions indicate a lack in the order of 200 trillion calories yearly in just 10 years. So this would be something really, really scary that we need to pay a lot of attention. If this comes true, we'll be in big trouble. And also, we have an impressive challenge when we look at the data that from 2010, about 12 years ago, to 2050, the world will have to produce the same amount of food that was produced in the last 8,000 years. So this poses an amazing challenge for all of us in this planet. And we have to do it, of course, with sustainability, and besides, with misconceptions. And I'm going to talk with you 2 or 3 minutes about misconceptions. The first one is about conventional and organic. Because you see here a tomato, you see an eggplant, and you see lettuce. Now, some people say, instead of just tomato, they say organic tomato. And let me tell you something, all of these are organic, no matter what. We don't have something as inorganic tomato. All the tomatoes are organic. And if you build knowledge on top of a wrong concept, this is problematic. So there is not such a thing as organic tomato. All tomatoes are organic. That's what science says. Now, let me tell you about this. Before agriculture, you had a forest like this, okay? Now, how was the situation of insects, diseases, and weeds in this kind of ecosystem? They were very sad, which I am representing here. Insects were sad, weeds were sad, diseases were sad. Why? Because they had to travel long distances in order to go from one plant to the other. Imagine a disease that would adapt well in corn plants. I mean, it didn't have a very easy life. The same thing in this kind of environment, okay? These insects, these diseases, and these weeds had a pretty tough time. Now, we, as human beings, created something like this. We created agriculture, where you have, for example, a soybean field like this. What happens? I mean, insects are really happy, diseases and weeds, because they find a perfect environment to really reproduce when you have some environment, some ecosystem like this. Now, if you have a situation like this, to all action corresponds to a reaction, so we have to manage it differently. And nowadays, of course, we have to manage it sustainably as best as possible. I have seen before some people quoting the example of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, some time ago, the president, by legislation, decided that they should not use what people call chemicals anymore. And so everything had to be organic. And what happened? You have the news here, you have the source. This organic farming in Sri Lanka was catastrophic. We don't solve things by legislation. We have to have sustainability, and this is so important. And because I am a scientist, I like and I love to quote science and papers. And this is a very important paper published in a very prestigious journal, Field Crops Research, by Dr. Connor. The title is Organic Agriculture Cannot Feed the World. This is not question mark. He's saying that organic agriculture cannot feed the world. I'm not saying I'm against organic, I'm just saying it's part of the solution, but we should not have extremes. So what's really key? It is facing the fact that humans transformed the environment, changing ecosystems, and growing incredibly in population. The goal should be to produce as sustainable as possible. That's our mission. Okay? The second example of misconception, and this is kind of a little bit futuristic, but I want to pose this issue to you so you think about it, is about entropy. So what's entropy? In simple terms, entropy is the measurement of the amount of energy which is unavailable to perform work. And entropy, according to the law of physics, always increases. So we'll get to a point that we will not have energy anymore to perform work in this planet. And what this has to do with agriculture? Why is this relevant in the medium to long term? Isn't that amazing that the amount of energy we spend to produce some foods is larger, sometimes much larger, than the amount of energy produced? So we are spending more energy to produce something than the energy that is contained in the product. So I don't understand why people don't talk more about entropy. This is something that we need to discuss. Okay, now let's go to looking ahead, starting in 2022. So what we have to do in order to obtain food security to everyone. I outlined 5 different bullet items. First one is discuss birth control. Second is balance calories distribution. Second is changing diets, decrease food waste, and use compatible technology. So I'm going to discuss one by one very briefly. First of all, discuss birth control. It's very sensitive, right? We have cultural aspects, religious aspects, and it's very unlikely that we are going to come to a conclusion about what to do in terms of birth control. As I said, extremely, extremely sensitive. Now, we have to balance. I showed you that the world is very much unbalanced. So we have to balance food and calories distribution. It's also not so simple. And this, my friends, in my opinion, passes by alleviation of poverty. This is so fundamental for sustainability in so many ways, including food security. Now, let me show you this map of poverty in the world. And you see again that in Africa, most especially in Africa, we have very high indexes of poverty. And you can see very clearly by this slide that there is a very good correlation between poverty to the left and hunger to the right. So to really solve the problem of food security, we have to have people going out of poverty. This is also very difficult because the discussion has to be about social discrimination. And to me, the discussion about poverty, we have to address some fundamental questions. The first question is, what are you willing to give up in favor of others? And what is your country willing to give up in favor of others? So as we think about alleviating poverty, I think we need to think about these questions. The third thing we can do aiming food security is changing diets. What we produce will have to balance according to planetary boundaries. And we are going in the opposite direction of what is necessary. Because in general, many developed countries, they want to go from vegetables to more meat consumption. And I'm not saying we should not eat meat, but I'm just saying that meat production, of course, we cause a little bit more pressure on the environment. And so we need to look and to analyze the issue of changing diets. Also, we need to decrease food waste. It's amazing. Food waste from harvesting to the plate is around 40% of what we produce. From the field to your plate, we as humans, we waste 40% of the food that is produced worldwide. So we need more consciousness, we need more engagement, we need better distribution, and overall we need more education. Okay, and the last bullet point is about compatible ag technologies. So we'll have to use new technologies. We'll have to use better inputs, more efficient, with less pollution, lower risks. We'll have to use precision ag. Robots, drones, sensors will be part every time more of agriculture. We'll have to use for site-specific management, control input application, control harvesting, improve efficiency overall. We'll have to have new varieties, including GMOs. We just heard an excellent presentation in the previous session here in Innovation about biotechnology. And so we need to have good controls to produce, for example, the GMOs, but we are looking for higher yields. We are looking to improve water efficiency. And so we'll need new varieties and new GMOs. We'll need more microbiology. We are having, as we speak, a revolution in terms of microbiology. It's still a lot of things that are nice, some things that are still not proving to be effective, and needs to be carefully studied, needs to be based on science, and we have several applications. We need better machinery for lower soil compaction, more precise, lower losses. We need, and this is so extremely important, region-adapted cropping systems. Because we need to go back in a certain way to a more sustainable situation. Like I said, when you have just soybean, when you have just corn, and you grow corn after corn, environmentally, this is not really correct. So we need to abandon continuous single cropping. We need more intense crop rotation. We need to maximize plant diversity. We need a selection of region-specific cropping systems. Also, I'm quoting some examples, and I think this example, of course, does not apply to everyone, but we'll probably need to intensify greenhouse production. For better control, better yields, we have several excellent examples from Netherlands where they produce 20 to 40 times more with 4 times less water. So this is something to keep in our radar screen, exporting this technology to regions that are favorable. And maybe we have futuristic solutions like laboratory food, like in the example in the photo, this photo from Harvard University. There are several experiments going on. So I'm quoting several possibilities, and there are many other possibilities that will add so we can have food security in the world. Now, to remember, all of these possibilities need an efficient financial system in place. Otherwise, we cannot advance. At the same time, we invest in more technology. We have to think about the low-income farming. The grow-to-eat people. I mean, they are not growing to sell. They are not growing to export. They are growing to eat. We have to respect their background. We have to respect their beliefs and help as best as possible under their conditions. And I would like to quote an example from Angola, a project that I am part of, very proudly, where it's very difficult to import fertilizers. And we are working with the Cabinda phosphate rock for direct application for people of grow to eat and grow to sell, with increases of 50% in yield by using a local input. Okay, so we come to the end of my presentation, Mr. Chairman, with 2 final thoughts. No, wait a minute. I still need my 2 final thoughts. Final thought number 1, okay, is I am a scientist, so I want to talk about science versus pseudoscience. Because we need science more than ever. So it's important to understand that science is willing to change opinions with new evidence, while pseudoscience is a ballpark measurements and uncertain methods. We also need accurate measurements and recognized methodology. We need information peer-reviewed, and pseudoscience, there is no peer review. We need to consider all information. Pseudoscience selects presentation of favorable information. We scientists, we need to invite criticism. Pseudoscience see criticism as conspiracy. Science sees verifiable results as something extremely positive. Pseudoscience, they have no repeatable results. And science limits claims of usefulness, while pseudoscience claims widespread usefulness. So these are just some examples of the difference between science and pseudoscience. And we need science to really solve our problem. And the second final thought is extracted from my good friend Paul Fixing. I love the sentence which say, it's not about doing things right, but instead it's about doing the right things right. You can pass all your life doing right things, but they were not the things you should be doing because they are not the right things. So, fighting intensively for food safety, food security, is a right thing to be done right. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for the attention. And we can discuss more later. Thank you.
Bom, muito obrigado,
Thank you
doutor.
very much, Dr. Luiz Inácio. You delivered a beautiful presentation, bringing your knowledge and your experience and your long academic life and practical life now, combining the two things, and you brought for us something that has been intensively discussed in these first moments of GAV, that we need to have sustainability. We need to work together to improve all these situations of productivity and quality and sustainability and food security, prioritizing food security, and we will reach this by focusing on science. We are near an election, and we need leaders of the sector that are here and that have been here and that are listening to us. They have been discussing science, our Embrapa, and many other Brazilian universities. They are able to intensify their research so that we can improve. As we've seen in the presentation of Dr. Luis, there are many bottlenecks to be overcome. We have a willingness, I live this, which is the Brazilian farmers' willingness to adapt to the modern things that are coming here. But we need more research time. We need more research. We need to invest in research. We have here a Ministry of Science and Technology, at least in Brazil, is willing. There must be more funds and more interest. We need to foster this more. In your school, in Santa Maria, in Rio Grande and Viçosa, and all major Brazilian universities, we have to research. We are in a new moment, a moment of new knowledge, awakening new experiences in the use of land, changing the profile of land, the integration of farming and cattle raising and forestry and many things that have come up, but we need more. We don't have a uniform country. We have a country that varies a lot. The climate and temperature, the temperatures, climate, and etc. We are in a transformation phase. Since we have a little bit of time, I would like to know if Dr. Angela is here, and if Dr. Angela is there, I would ask her a question. Is she online? Can somebody help us with the communication, please? Can somebody help us with a communication so she can come back?
You are online. Okay. Angela, Dr. Angela, a sua experiência,
in your experience, in your life experience in the university there in Ghana as a professor, I would like to ask you a question. When you said that there needs to be an involvement not only of your government but of many governments, I ask you, what is your experience and your knowledge about the work of FAO? Has FAO been contributing to this issue of hunger in Africa, which unfortunately has been spreading to several parts of the world? I would like to know your opinion, and if Africa is modernizing its agriculture. These are my two questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those questions. Yes, FAO is very much involved in work in many developing countries, including Ghana. The regional office for Africa is based in Ghana, and we have a local Ghana office, and they work very intensely with government agencies to ensure policies and programming that looks to enhance safety, adapt sustainability, and ensure public protection. So in developing our policies and guidelines, the FAO contributes. For example, with the food safety policy that I talked about, it wasn't so much FAO, but the WHO working closely with the Ministry of Health in Ghana. But FAO is also intensely involved in food safety issues. They work very well with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, with the Veterinary Services Department. And although we have gaps in terms of technology adoption, basically with regards to availability of resources, the expertise, and how easy it is, the climate to adopt these technologies, and the ability to regulate these technologies. We also recognize that the food system is constantly evolving, and the regulatory structures and the policies we have in place are constantly being revised to adapt to these challenges. And Ghana, for one, imports a lot of food from all over the world. So as new foods are produced, as technologies are advanced, we also have to adapt, because these foods will end up on our bodies. So that's a contribution I can make for now. Thank you.
Can I make a comment also? Posso comentar pouquinho? No. Okay, I would like to make a comment about the situation. Okay. In Africa. When we look to the world and we think about regions that really can increase food production, what we have. Of course, I don't have the time to explore all the countries, but let's explore the main countries in the world, like Canada, for example, and United States. They have good yields. They can increase the yields a little bit, but they don't have a lot of new areas to introduce to agriculture. When you look at China, of course, the situation is worse. They don't have more land. They are producing the land that is available. They can increase yields in the same area, but it's kind of limited. You have Brazil and Argentina and some other countries in South America that have conditions to increase area, especially Brazil, and increase yields. So Brazil is very key for food security in the future. But by fact, the data shows that the two regions that are very, very important and fundamental are Southeast Asia, most especially India and Africa, with Africa being number one. Because Africa, you will have a dramatic increase in the population. Their yields are very low. Brazil can help a lot because we have similar conditions in terms of exporting technology to Africa. So we have to pay, in terms of food security, a lot of attention, especially to India, and number one, to Africa. These are the two regions really very key for food security. Thank you.
Ok, obrigado, Dr. Luiz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luiz Inácio. We have more remarks. I think we are going to start with Dr. Felipe now. He's going to be speaking live. And Dr. Luis Fernando. Oh, Dr. Luis Fernando, my apologies. I introduced the wrong speaker. So my apologies. I thought it was Luis Felipe, but it's Luis Fernando. Are you there, Fernando? Are you still there? So the floor is yours.
Okay.
Yes,
yes,
I'm here.
I'm here.
So you have 25 minutes, about 25 minutes to deliver your presentation. We had a problem with the previous speaker. However, he could not come. He could not be here on time. We had a lecture with Luiz Inácio. We had another lecture with the professor from Ghana. And the floor is yours. Professor Angela Perry spoke to us today. The floor is yours.
Obrigado. Boa tarde a todos e a
Thank you very
todas.
much. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, initially, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for such an invitation. It's a pleasure to participate in this event. The topics that are discussed, I think they come in handy, by the way, because in the approach we are going to have in regards to food security has to do with a diet that I like to call a plant-based diet. And I'm playing with words here, by the way, is a plant-based versus. So how are these transformations impacting our diet, and how will these transformations impact our diet in the future? So the population is, I know you are discussing food safety and environmental changes, and also there are some indexes in regards to the problems that the world is facing, especially when it has to do with the environment. So I really apologize for speaking so fast. I know that I'm presenting some new data. Maybe this data is new to some of you, but I would like to mention some relevant things that happened and how these transformations have been happening and why they are happening, because the way that we are tackling the soil, the way that we are using the water, and the repercussions of the misuse of the natural resources in the future. So I'd like to start with this classic graphic, which represents the CO2 emissions in the planet. And what we see here in this graphic is that we have increased our CO2 emissions have been increasing in the last 30 years. So this increase has been quite significant, and we must, by no doubt, we must pay attention to the CO2 emissions. So look at what's going to happen. Look at what happened from the 1960s to the 2020. It's quite clear that we have a higher concentration of CO2 emissions in our atmosphere. So, and as a consequence, we have had an increase in our average temperatures when compared to last century. When we compare 1950 to 2010, you see there is a significant increase in our temperature, which has been happening quite consistently. And when we cross this information in blue here, it's the greenhouse effect gases, and we cross it with the variation of the average temperature in the planet and compared to the last century, we see the clear correlation because it's linked to the fact that the temperature is rising due to the CO2 emissions. So basically, what I like to say is that we must tackle this topic among lay people. Why? Because the biggest challenge in humanity is to face climate change, and we need to demystify certain topics, especially this topic. So basically, I'm simplifying, of course, everything, but there are two main factors that contribute to this change. In regards to CO2 emissions and also to climate changes. Of course, energy, but it's not our main goal, and the misuse of soil. of our land. So what has happened in the world as far as the energy that we produce? Look at how serious our energy sufficiency has how serious it has been impacted. So up to the 1900s, we pretty much basically used wood as a source of energy. And after the Industrial Revolution, we started using coal. And most recently, with all the advancements, we started using petrol, natural gas, and so on. And in a very short period of time, by the way. So you can look at from a different prism here, from a different perspective. As of the 1800s, and we do have a fossil fuel sources. The fossil fuel sources are responsible for the CO2 emissions. Anyway, so I'm just illustrating here from 1950s to the 2000s. So you have petrol, you have gas, and you have coal. But what is happening as far as CO2 emissions as a whole? Here I illustrate by country. So you have China, India, United States, European Union, and the rest of the world. And you see that China is the top one CO2 country in regards to CO2 emissions. So on the left, we have energy, and I've already explained to you. And now I'd like to illustrate a little bit of how we've been using the soil and how we've been producing the food that we consume. So from a soil perspective and how we use the soil, the land available, we have renewed the CO2 stocks, be it in the fossil fuels or be it in regards to forests. So here we see the world data, as my colleague has already mentioned here. And here we see the planet around 10,000 years ago. This graphic shows, I know there is a lot of information, by the way, but 10,000 years ago, 10 million years ago, we had 57% of forests. And after 5,000 years, it went down to 55. And then in the 1700s, we had 52%, and then in the 1900s, we had 48%. Why? Because we started using the land that we have in the planet more actively and more extensively.
Going from 52 to 48 and reaching 2018 with 38% gaining space for agricultural land and grassland pastures, and this all contributed to the release of CO2 to the atmosphere and climate change. There is another way to see this. It is a very interesting way that shows what were the forests.
So we have the temperate forests and the other forests. And as you know, we started a systematic process, and the forests started getting smaller and smaller and smaller, represented here in green. And then in the 1800s,
we have an increase in the removal of forests, and now the temperate forests are the ones that are losing more ground. And we reach 1920 when we have an increase and a significant increase in the removal of forests from the country, and removing forests, of tropical forests, and this reached until we reached a peak of the removal of tropical forestry around 1980. This was the decade with a greater deforestation of tropical forests. So we see the temperate forests started to recover, while tropical forests are still being significantly removed, but in at a slower rate. And bringing this to our universe, and the most relevant, the data of deforestation in the Amazon from 1995 until now. And here we have a significant contribution. We had a decline between 2004 and 2014, and from 2014 to now, it has increased the removal of tropical forests. So all these events combined make us have, in my point of view, climate change as one of the biggest current challenge facing humanity. And now this going back to the simplification of a complex issue, we have to focus on energy and the use of soil. So let's focus on the use of soil. What is the most common use of soil? Let's make a parenthesis. So when we analyze the use of soil, we see that 77% is used to produce livestock. Not only pasture for animals, but the land that is used to produce animal feed. This is the graph that shows how the earth is used and how soil is used on the planet. 50% of habitable area is used for agriculture and livestock, and 77% is used for production of animal protein as a whole, meat and milk and pork and poultry and etc. If we think, a simple thought would be, we would say, we have the opportunity, maybe the biggest opportunity that we have now to reverse this critical situation that was generated in the last 50 years is exactly in the animal protein component, considering the issue that all the predictions point towards that animal protein will not see a decline in consumption, and this is an important point. And I don't want to debate alternative protein, plant-based protein, or laboratory protein. I'm just looking at the data. I'm not defending a type of diet. What I'm saying, what I'm presenting, are data that show that consumption of animal protein will continue growing. Consumption will continue to grow in the coming years. Beef, poultry, or pork, or milk. Considering this line of thought, and considering that the soil is mostly used for the production of animal protein, I think logically, and I say, if we want to prevent climate catastrophe, and if we need to change rapidly the form we use the land. So you see, we have a point of energy, fossil fuels, and the use of land. If we can change the form of use of land, if the land is used mostly for livestock, and if livestock products will continue to grow in terms of consumption, it seems that the logical thought leads us to conclude that maybe the best option that we have to avoid climate catastrophes is the redefinition of livestock production systems. So we will produce future animal proteins in a new way if we want to avoid these catastrophes that all the data here seem to point towards, which is a critical issue. So I bring for you, which somebody starts to think, that the diet of the future more than being a vegan diet or a meat-based diet or whatever it is. It will have to be a diet aligned with the limits of the planet. So that's what we know as planet-based diet. It doesn't matter what you eat, but what you eat has to be produced in a sustainable way. And who is saying this? Institutions, renowned institutions such as the School of Public Health of Harvard University. So I got a quotation from a document of Harvard University that says, different foods can have different impacts on human health. They also have differing impacts on the environment. What we need to do is from now on, and the sense of urgency, because all these impacts from the point of view of climate change were generated in a very short period of time. The solution and the space for change will also be very short, and this will have to entail a change in the diet. So we have another organization, WWF, which also mentions a planet-based diet and works on a scientific review of how diet in different countries should change to be in line with planet boundaries. So I have a limit, an example here of something I think is possible. And I think here you have the biggest opportunity. I think we can produce animal protein in a sustainable manner, limiting all the potential effects of impacts on the planet. I'll bring you a very quick example, the no-carbon milk, which is the first carbon-neutral milk of production. We can produce milk with a zero carbon footprint based on a strategy. This is a farm here in São Paulo that produces organic carbon neutral milk with a animal welfare certification. The logic behind this model is that we need to think the system as an eco-agro food system. First, we talked about the food chain and then agro-food chain, because food has to do with agro, and what we are saying now is that we have to put an ecological component in the system. So it's eco-agro food system. So this farm has all its operations with a carbon neutral certification. Here I'm only dealing with one example. It's to bring the ecological system component into the system. Instead of removing the forest, we can plant trees and have intensive, high production systems. And we think this is possible. I'm going to show you all photos of this picture. This is an aerial view to see how the trees were inserted within this production system. And even that, with all these trees, we inserted, there is a possibility of producing intensively forage, fodder. I'm not saying that the organic system is the solution for all the problems. It is one of the options that we have. So we know the scenarios. We have a tree component, which is has a strong representation in this specific case of this business. And as we master this capacity to produce, of having mastered this production system, we launched a brand of a product that is called No Carbon, to create an awareness, to create a concern on the part of consumers, bringing this issue of a plant-based diet for consumers so that consumers can make their choices based on the ecological footprint of the products, and even then having high nutritional quality products. This is the biggest challenge. We have a critical problem ahead of us, but I am optimistic. I think we have extraordinary opportunities, especially for Brazil, especially in livestock, making all the innovations so we can have a diet aligned with the ecological limits of the country. Thank you very much. I am available if you have any questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was brilliant. I think it is completely aligned with the program and the project of GAF, which, simply speaking, which is to do more with less. The pictures of Guaraci, very interesting. What we have is that our time is up. The other panels have already finished, so we have to change. But I'm sure that we had an excellent presentation. Your presentation was excellent, just as Dr. Angeles from Canada and Luis Inácio. I think these presentations will be recorded here, and the JAF, the Data Agro team, will think about this, and just as in previous years, we'll prepare a document or something so we can talk more about this and put this in the agenda of governments and etc. The event is being broadcast in some countries, so it's going outside Brazil. Thank you all. I thank all the participants, and I'm very pleased to end this panel. Thank you very much to everyone.
tarde a todos. Com muita satisfação, eu vou mediar este painel denominado Novas Demandas dos Consumidores. Recebo aqui, com muita satisfação, Gus Guadagnini, que tem uma vasta experiência em proteínas alternativas, Bárbara Solero, também zootecnista e que trabalha aí na produção de lácteos, de leite, com trabalho grande, Pedro Arruda, também um preposto nosso em Londres, que cuida aí do mercado de açúcar e etanol, e remotamente Janelle Meyers, que é diretora de sustentabilidade da Kellogg's, uma empresa aí presente em 180 países, líder mundial na produção de alimentos à base de cereais e que tem uma larga, vasta experiência em sustentabilidade, em produção de alimentos sustentáveis. Mas voltando aqui ao primeiro painel do Gus, um administrador de empresas que depois de 15 anos trabalhando em multinacionais, resolveu aí...
Mr. Gustavo was he decided to become an entrepreneur, and he started analyzing consumer goods and consumer habits. So it's a pleasure to have you here today. We have two important topics, the energy transition, of course, and the increase of food consumption. We also need to focus on decarbonization, on bioenergy, and we also need to focus on not being dependent on fossil fuel. So we need to overcome challenges, overcome these hurdles and setbacks, because there are challenges to be faced in the next 50 years. We know that we may reach 10 billion people in the world, so it's going to be a vast population, a huge population, and Brazil has a lot of advantages because Brazil has 3, sometimes even 4 harvests along the year. So we are one of the animal protein producers in the world, one of the main animal producers in the world. So I'm pretty sure that you know a lot about the future. You have a broad view of the alternative kinds of proteins, and so that we can understand consumer habits, but also understand how we can meet the needs of these people who are under poverty line and who must survive earning $1 a day. So how can we feed everyone? It's quite challenging to think about that. We need to focus on social inclusion. We need to feed everyone. So we need to produce cheap but good quality foods for people who live under the poverty line. So I'll hand it over to you. Thank you for coming. Well, thank you so much for your invitation. It's I want to congratulate the organizers here. I'm here today to talk about the industry of animal protein in Brazil and alternative protein, actually. And I've seen other presentations, so I think we are quite on the same page. So I work for an institute, for a food institute, and we focus on alternative protein. We have 3 pillars. We have science and technology, corporate engagement, and policy. We work with governments, but also with the private sector. So we want the sector to grow faster, but also with sustainability. When I talk about the global challenge that we have to face. I know that you've heard countless times about the global challenge. We have a global challenge, which is to feed 10 billion people by 2050. By the way, we have 7 billion people and 820 million that are under the poverty line, or they haven't had a meal today. So it's a very dramatic scenario. And when we look at the data, we have the pre-COVID data, but it has gotten worse. And I think there will be more challenges because we had the swine flu, we've had the COVID itself. So besides food safety, we need to produce our food in a more sustainable way. So we need to produce more. And some people here have seen it, have seen this discussion, have heard this discussion. Our food production is one of the responsible for destroying the oceans, polluting the oceans, polluting the environment, and so on, and the air, and so on. So we need to use less resources, but it needs to be healthy and efficient at the same time. And behind these challenges, we have solutions, and these solutions can be used all at the same time. There are people who work with zero CO2 emissions, including this dairy manufacturer here in Brazil. And we need to think about the alternative protein industry, because this industry will replace the animal protein origin. So we need to focus on flavor, of course, on foods that people like, but the food needs to be sustainable. So when we look at the current world, we may ask ourselves, how can we create a world that is less dependent on animals? Just bear in mind that ever since the foundation of the world, we used to trade animals. So it was the first currency, by the way, and we used animals as well for transportation, for human transportation, which was something once considered to be impossible to stop using, but we did. We started finding other efficient ways of transportation. It wasn't the veganism or vegetarianism, nothing like that, no. But we see transformations in 3 different industries: food industries, the industrial industry, as far as animal tests, and product development. So we're talking about new technologies that came to stay and came here for a reason. And the reason is our habit, our eating habits. So when I talk about the problem, the main problem of depending on animal protein, maybe the solution would be easier. It would be, okay, let's all stop having animal nutrition and animal origin at once. But you cannot do that. You cannot do that. It's something cultural. So and the way society sees food. So when you look at Christmas is a very typical party and a celebration. So you cannot stop eating certain types of food during Christmas. So when we have a barbecue, we want to celebrate something. We want to mingle. We want to interact. So how can we deliver similar products but still not break the habits of this culture? And I love this quote by Peter Senge. People don't resist to change, they resist being changed. So in regards to transportation, you didn't come here riding a horse, right? But you rode a car and you drove your car, But you didn't ride the horse because you felt sorry for the horse. You just rode the car because the car is more efficient. So this is the theory behind it. So this is our theory of change. I'm sorry I misspelled it. But this is the change that we are facing now in the industry. We want to deliver the same kind of food that people are used to eating. However, we want to use new technology. So if you like meat, great, you can eat meat. It's going to taste like meat. It's going to smell like meat. The texture is going to be the same. However, it's going to be employed a different technology and a new technology. You see, so I keep the habits, the cultural habits, but I change my carbon footprint. I also change the use of water, the amount of water, everything that is connected to our supply chain. So there we use a pact in English. So what are the elements that you use in order to deliver these valuable things? So there are always the same factors: price, convenience, and taste. People are worried about the price, of course, but they want the convenience. So they want to go to the supermarket, and they want to look maybe on a delivery app, and also it needs to taste good. When it comes to awareness, you need to promote the new technology with consumers. So price, awareness, convenience, and taste. So this is what it stands for. And in regards to alternative protein, we have three technological paths. We have plant-based, which is not the idea of having a vegetable burger, a veggie burger, but it's the goal is to make something that really looks like the original burger or the animal burger. So you have fibers, you have fat, you have all these elements that can be found in the among the vegetables. So it can be a plant-based, such as soy, or stuff like that. But it's all plant-based. In regards to fermentation, you have you're not. I'm not talking about breweries or wine, not at all. But I'm talking about the use of unicells or unicellular use. When you know that there is this type of blood, let's put it this way, quotation marks, that is very similar to human blood, however, is plant-based, it has a plant origin. It's a very similar blood. It's very similar to human blood. It has all the characteristics of human blood, but it comes from soybeans. And you can use the bacteria to also to produce milk. We have a cultivated technology, which means you get an animal cell and you can make that meat in the lab. So you are literally eating this meat, this real meat, but this meat was made in the lab. We've already started selling this product in Singapore. We have at least 2 big companies, big giants, saying that they are going to launch this product by 2024, JBS and another competitor. And they make partnerships with us. We also have startups, and 2024 is just around the corner, so bear that in mind. So what are we going to be facing in the upcoming years? And what will be the animal protein variations in the upcoming years? So you have some forecasts here, and the source is from Kearney. These are the market predictions for according to Kearney. In 2025, we will have 720 billion, and by 2040, 630 billion. We will have all the three technologies coexisting: fermentation, the traditional one. They believe that the traditional meat is not going to become unpopular, but consumers will worry about animal well-being, and of course, meat will become more expensive in the future.
Where the market is going, the size of these three industries, the stage of technology. You can find all this data in our website, gfi.org. Here there is a QR code. Here we have data on the market and technology and consumer research. They are all available there for us. And here, a very important point of this discussion. Now, when we ask questions and we survey plant-based customers, people who are eating plant-based products, 89% of them are not vegan or vegetarian. So this is not a niche market for the 1% of people who are vegan. What we are talking here about is a variation in the source of protein. People who eat meat are also open to consuming vegetable meat, and the same thing goes for dairy. Most people will have an interchangeable product behavior. They will buy cow milk and then vegetable milk, and they will vary among these technologies. This is what is expected in terms of the growth of this market for the future. When we talk about Brazil, what is Brazil's position in this market? First of all, it lagged behind at the beginning. This market started in the U.S. in 2008. The first company to launch this technology in Brazil arrived in the market in 2019. Over 10 years of difference between the boom of this market in the US and the boom of this market in Brazil. But from then to now, Brazil has become very powerful. We export this technology to more than 30 countries from Brazil, from our production here. And why is Brazil one of the fastest growing countries in this? Why does Brazil have so much access to this technology and is doing so well selling this technology to the world? First, for intellectual capital. So the scientist who makes meat can work to make plant-based meat. There are people who are specialized. We have laboratories. There is Embrapa, who is a very big asset, and the ESTAL, and scientists who can do research on this. So Brazil is accelerating this research very fast. We have one of the largest grain production in Brazil. So if this meat is made of soy, who makes soy? We have available raw materials at a cheap prices. We have logistic routes, cold. So if I put one more box in the same truck or in the same ship to the same logistics routes that already exist, we have the largest protein companies in Brazil. It depends on investment of companies going after this. So traditional dairy and meat and ag companies are investing in this sector and making this transition as well. That's why it's very important to have these companies in Brazil. Finally, we have the biggest biodiversity in the country. So on top of this, we have the possibility not only to produce these things based on soybean, but also make products using the Brazilian biodiversity. One of the products we have in GFI is the direct financing of research. We finance research after bids. We have 14 pieces of research being used using Amazon and Cerrado ingredients for alternative protein. So we can have new scents, new sources of protein, new color additives. We're using plants of the Amazon and Cerrado and other biomes in the country, and we add another layer of sustainability. That product that was already more sustainable than the animal product that was being consumed, it can also create a much fairer production change that brings income to production communities and helps keep the forest standing and protect the Brazilian biomes. And we will have work a lot with cattle and the theme of biodiversity and understand how we create this new production chain. I believe Brazil will be and is already becoming a leader in the alternative protein sector. I bring a quotation from the Innovation Global Director of JBS. He said this at an event that I was there. I wrote this sentence that he said, it's not a matter of if Brazil is going to be a leader of this sector, it's a matter of when. And this is what I would like to discuss here. When we talk about the alternative protein sector, we, people who already work in Brazilian agribusiness sector, cannot see this as a threat, as something bad that's coming to substitute something we do well. It's the opposite of this. We are leaders in global agribusiness because we have invested consistently in science and technology in the last few decades, and we will only be leaders in agribusiness in the future if we continue to invest. Brazil has everything to be the biggest leader in this sector. We need to invest in science and technology and develop the work of the companies and develop a regulatory framework with the government. If we continue investing in this technology, we have the capacity to lead this sector worldwide. I have here my contact information. This is a very brief presentation. We have data on all these sectors, market data, science and technology data, suggestions of public policies. So if you want to get involved, you can send us a message, and GFI work is free of charge. So all the consulting we give these companies has no cost. GFI is financed by philanthropy. Thank you very much, and I'm open for anyone who wants to send a message. Thank you, Gus. Congratulations on your presentation. It is really something very curious and very current and related to the future. I could ask, I will have to ask a question now. I can only ask one question. I truly believe this is a reality. An alternative protein, as you said, it's alternative protein. I'm very concerned when you talk about a replacement protein, this polarization that this is better, it's healthier, it's more sustainable. This discourse, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's complementary. We need to have complementary food solutions, complementary mobility solutions, and decarbonization. And when this position that we see on the media of this polarity of what is better, what is not good, this scares me and puts the proteins on opposite sides. In my house, for example, and we eat fish and poultry and vegetables and eggs and meat. And our challenge is to produce food at sustainable, at a good amount and at a good price, and eradicate hungers. I was in the biggest food fair in Europe, in France, in 2019. I saw they created a law prohibiting alternative proteins being called meat and being put in the shelf near the meat. French people say, well, if it is better than the meat, if it's healthier, if the meat is bad for you, why do you want to call this protein meat? Or why do you want to get my supermarket shelf to sell, to saying that it is better than my product, but it will get the same truck, my sales network, my logistics network? Oh, don't we need, this is a, shouldn't we rethink a market positioning, a synergistic market positioning, alternatives, and that is sums everything that is available in terms of food for consumers. Maybe the habit, as you said, it's a celebration, the feijoada, the Christmas dinner. People will not give up on their people who will not give up on their celebrations are open to alternative proteins. I think the vision has to be this one, to build together a future that makes sense. If we're talking about a solution for alternative proteins, but it will also go through carbon neutral beef and carbon neutral milk. Well, this is better, but this is better, but it's also beef can be better from another point of view. We have ways to improve the production of animal protein, and all this has to happen from several points of view, several aspects if you want to avoid the climate catastrophes, and we need to reduce waste. It's not a matter of or. It's not one thing that will solve everything. We'll need to join forces to have a better situation in the future. Thank you, Gus, and congratulations on your presentation. If you want to learn more, access the website and send your questions for Gus to answer. Next block, we had the next speaker. We have Barbara Solero as a zootechnician. She works at Nestlé in the milk area. She is responsible for ESG, milk sourcing and training and technology, sustainable practices, sustainable production practices, and I think it's very nice that she will come after you, because there is nothing as sustainable as a cow that eats grass every day and produces 40 liters of milk and dies of old age. So every day it is producing protein. It supports families. Cows are the source of income of poor families in Africa. So Barbara, can you please tell us about this vision of a sustainable production, cyclical and perennial production of an animal that only eats grass or corn or soybean and can produce protein every day without being sacrificed, without being slaughtered? Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for being here. I think it is a very important event, especially here in our panel. So thank you for being here to exchange experiences. Well, I will start here. Let's now connecting with the topic of our panel. It's true that consumers are increasingly concerned about the origin of their food, how the food is produced, how this animal is treated to produce this milk. That is going to be a little bit of the focus here of my speech. And we Brazilians, especially after the pandemic, I think the world in general, but here in Brazil, there are many pieces of research indicating that consumers are increasingly concerned about the planet, about the way this food is being produced. And I think they have been changing consumption habits and making this consumption increasingly more conscious. So then we connect with these sustainability issues of the planet as a whole. And together with this, we have the topic of climate change, which is one of the biggest threats when we think of ourselves as a society, but it is one of the biggest risks when we think of the planet of our business as the largest food and beverage company, one of the largest food and beverage companies in the world. This topic poses a threat. I think solving all this requires us to act urgently. So that's why we are all mobilizing ourselves this way on this agenda. And I think this is the reason why Nestlé has been committing to fight climate change and create an increasingly equitative economy of low carbon, and we have global commitments to neutralizing GHG emissions and a reduction of 25% until 2025 and 50% by 2030. And 95% of our GHG emissions come from our supply chain of activities, for example, farms and agricultural activities. And the way we are committing to fighting climate change, when we think of the supply chain and when we think of the milk chain and how much it represents of our operations worldwide, but also here in Brazil, it is based on regenerative agriculture. When we talk about regenerative agriculture, we are talking about transforming the way we have been producing food. And regeneration, when we talk about regeneration, we are thinking of rebirth and reliving and giving life, but it is about giving back to the nature, its natural power. Regenerative agriculture talks a lot about this. Not that it doesn't have to do with technology. On the contrary, I think we have seen this during this day. But resilience, or when we think of agricultural land, when we talk about milk, we have a cow, and what feeds this cow, because milk, it's transformed by the milk, but it comes from what the cow eats and the soil. We need to increase the resilience of this agricultural land, and it will be key for our future supply.
All right, so this is a new journey, actually, and it's a new journey for everyone. It brings a lot of benefits. It presents a lot of benefits, especially from end to end. From the moment that the food leaves the farm to the moment it reaches consumers' dining table. So we need to strengthen the connection between consumers and farmers. And how are we going to do that? We need to bear in mind that we must have this close relationship and communicate with them the best way we can, because consumers must understand what farmers have been doing. It's about lecturing, educating consumers about this journey, the production journey. And when it comes to regenerative approach, I know it's new for everyone, and especially for farmers. I think that we have a lack of knowledge, still a lack of specialized support and even financial support. We've already mentioned this here today. And this is why we've been committing ourselves to our milk supply chain in order to foster and promote this journey and make this journey to happen. We have a strong partnership with Embrapa so that we can educate farmers. We've been doing this through our communication channels. We have a channel on YouTube, and this channel is available for all milk producers. We tackle several kinds of topics. This partnership with Embrapa, for instance, strengthens the need and the intention of having a competitive agenda. We want more people to have access to this information, and not only people who purchase milk, but everyone, producers and consumers, everyone. I think everyone can benefit from it. We have been providing specialized training for producers, Everything is quite new, so we have agronomers helping them with some decision-making points so that they can know exactly what to grow, how to grow, and so on. So we have a very specific work dedicated to providing technical support. We also have been providing a lot of acknowledgement. We have acknowledged their hard work. So in regards to payment, the ones that are very acknowledged, we pay even we pay R$ 5 per liter, more than the other competitors in the industry. So producers have been feeling the effects of climate changes. We have had very heavy rains and then severe droughts as well. So we've had a lot of oscillations in regards to temperature. Crops have been hurt, and they've been noticing these problems and these differences compared to the past. And the new consumers, the new producers, have been showing this desire of looking after the upcoming generations, and they want to do the best for the upcoming generations. So how will the upcoming generations of farmers work? What will they do in the farms? How are they going to produce milk in a sustainable and regenerative way? So here is a picture of Julia. Julia is Gilson's daughter. She's only 15 years old, and she is very active in the farm. She helps her father with all the decision-making process. She even teaches about climate changes. Anyway, she goes with the agronomist everywhere to the farm, and she dreams of becoming an agronomist. She wants to continue her family business. She wants to produce milk in a more sustainable and profitable way, but also in a regenerative way. So Alagoas Farm is considered to be one of the models, one of the role models, and they have a goal. They want to become carbon-free by 2025. So this makes this journey special to us. Not only Gilson's family, but we also have other 150 families that are embarking in this journey. They want to focus on regenerative agriculture, and they are gaining scale. They have been regenerating more than 5,000 acres. Here are some of the projects that we've been gaining scale and helping them make the necessary changes in the field. We've been helping them with the ecosystem, with the soil quality, the quality of the soil, biodiversity, and we've been helping them reduce CO2 emissions. Just to wrap it up, I'd like to show you a video with Madalena and Gilberto. They are farmers in the countryside of São Paulo State. They didn't have any succession plan for the farm, and their kids weren't interested in taking over the business. But ever since this regenerative system, they've been triggered by this interest in continuing the work that they've been performing and they've been doing in the farm with so much passion. So this video is just to illustrate the passion they have for the farm and for the regenerative agriculture practice. I know there are problems, especially when it comes to family businesses. Could you please play the video? Today we're going to meet Mr. Gilberto, suppliers who are Nestlé's partners.
Há 10 anos e que se regenera todos os dias.
Aí eu peguei um monte de terra assim e olha, e os minhocas na minha mão aqui, ó. Um monte de minhoca.
Não tinha mais minhoca. Aqui não tinha mais condições de ter minhoca.
Quer
Então,
dizer, a minhoca ela faz adubo, né? Isso é uma amostra do que o solo já está sendo regenerado.
Se você vê uma terra sem nada, você fala, parece que é uma terra morta. Mas ela não está morta, ela está ali só faltando, esperando que alguém vai e faça alguma coisa.
Você faz com que ela viva. Você tira, você tem que repor, você tem que fazer manejo de tudo. Aí aquilo fica sustentável, né? Nós fazemos uma agricultura não sustentável. Por isso que nós chegamos no... Né? Só tira, não respeitava.
E agora, se não fizer essa forma que está fazendo agora...
Não tem futuro mais.
O que vai acontecer com a terra, né?
Nossos filhos. E os netos?
Como é que vai estar para os nossos netos, né? Para os nossos netinhos? A Mariana e a Alice, elas vão saber que os avós delas fizeram uma coisa diferente pela terra.
Pelo mundo, né?
Pelo mundo.
Nós agradecemos muito ao senhor Gilberto e à dona Madalena. E que esta nossa parceria continue firme e regenerando por muitos e muitos anos.
Essa é só uma das...
So this is just a sneak peek of one of the most beautiful stories, and I'm very proud of being part of this journey with the farmers. I'm just open to Q&A in case you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Bárbara.
Thank you, Barbara. It's so good to realize that you've been having initiatives, sustainable initiatives that can mitigate the climate change. I think the previous panel discussed this topic. We have been focusing on supply chain, on how to mitigate issues and how to have more other sources of protein and sustainable sources of protein. But we have to discuss here the consumer demands. And JBS, Marfrig, all these players in the market, they are already investing in alternative protein. Why? Because consumers are inclined to buying other sources of protein. And I need to provide this as a manufacturer or as a producer. Being in the food industry, I need to understand my consumer habits and I need to meet my consumer needs so my consumer can be very loyal to my brand or to my products. Exactly. So how do you see this movement inside Nestlé and this proposal of having alternative sources of protein? How do you see the change of habit among consumers switching from animal-based or animal origin milk to other types of milk or alternative milk, for instance? Yeah, no doubt about it. I think we already have plant-based products and so on. But the main point here is to offer products that are not only plant-based, but for all categories, organic, plant-based. We know that plant-based is a trend, and we must be aware of this trend. We must have availability, of course, for consumers, for all types of consumers, by the way. So we need to meet our customers' needs. Thank you very much, Barbara. our next discussion panel, we'll have a guest, Janelle Myers. And Janelle Myers, she is a Chief Sustainability Officer for 6 years. Kellogg is present in over 160 countries all over the world. And one of the things that called my attention, was the slogan. And the slogan is, let's create the future of food. And in order to create the future of food, we have to take into account that the world needs to be fair, people need to be fed, but also need to be happy. So we need to feed people, of course, but at the same time, they need to be happy. They need to accomplish things. So I will hand it over to Ms. Myers so she can share her point of view in regards to consumer habits. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you see my presentation okay? Great.
Ok, pode seguir.
There we go. Excellent. So greetings from the Kellogg Company. You may know us from either our cereal or snack products, but it is an honor to be here with you today. Apologies that I could not be there in person. But one of the trends that we definitely wanted to speak to is what we're seeing from customers, is that they are interested in brands with purpose. Up on the screen here, you'll see a picture of our founder, W.K. Kellogg, and some of the quotes that we have from when he originally founded the company. And as you can see, the quotes are very inspiring. It does speak to investing in people, doing the right thing is never wrong. In those inspiring words, we find that he demonstrated that he cared about social and environmental issues long before it was kind of the trend, if you will. So today, what I'd like to do is to share with you how we continue to fulfill our founder's legacy, to address the issues most salient to our business and to our consumers. And I'll be sharing our Kellogg's refreshed Better Days Promise environmental, social, and governance strategy. We call it the Better Days Promise. And as you saw earlier, W.K. Kellogg believed that part of running a good business was also doing good for society. And this promise continues to guide our company for over a century, and it remains core to our Better Days Promise. The way that we define a better day is a day where we see people are fed and fulfilled, a day where our planet thrives, a day where there's a place at the table for everyone. And our Better Days Promise is to advance sustainable and equitable access to food by addressing the intersection of well-being, hunger, sustainability, and equity, and diversity and inclusion. In doing so, we strive to create better days for 3 billion people by the end of 2030. So now let's take a look at some of those specific commitments and what our journey is. So here you'll see our Better Days Promise. And through our Better Days Promise, we're focusing on the areas that are most material to our business. So you'll see sustainability, well-being, ED&I, and hunger. So let me share a little bit of each of those, and then I will definitely dive a little bit more into sustainable agriculture, which is one component of our ESG strategy. So first, let's look at hunger. So we have a rich heritage and a long-standing history of supporting and enhancing feeding programs to address hunger, particularly for children. And I'll give a few examples in a minute. Our second priority area is well-being and how we nourish people through our foods. Each day, our brands deliver nutrients of need while also addressing physical, emotional, and societal needs through programs such as our Childhood Well-Being Promise. Third is our work to promote and infuse equity, diversity, and inclusion through our work through recruitment and retention efforts, commitment to achieve pay parity, and provide training and career development. And we must reflect the diverse communities that we serve. And finally, we play a role, as others on the panel as well too, in addressing climate change through sustainability. We are committed to sustainable packaging, supporting energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and continue to drive responsible sourcing to support soil health and reduce organic waste. And most importantly, our ESG strategy addresses the connectivity between these issues. And we really feel like that's where the magic happens. And so to give you a few examples, our changing climate directly impacts the health of people. It reduces crop yields and thereby impacts our food security. Often diverse and underserved communities are disproportionately impacted by climate change, and we're likely to see increased impacts because of existing barriers to health and to access of nutritious food. And diverse and underserved communities are at most risk for hidden hunger as well as obesity. So let me go into each area just a little bit more. Hunger. So one of our commitments to the 3 billion is in the area of hunger. And feeding people in need has long been a cornerstone of our corporate responsibility ESG program. Since 2015, we've fed 195 million people throughout the globe through food donations and reached about 3.7 million children through our feeding programs. We partner with food banks on 6 continents, sponsor food drives to help stock community food pantries, and around the world provide essential food to those who are coping with natural disaster. One local example that I wanted to share as well is a program that we recently closed, which was a feeding and educational program called the Better Days to Grow Together program. This social educational program aimed to help 500 girls and boys and their families in Guatemala build new habits and improve their quality of life, is one example. In the next area, we have well-being. And well-being, I mentioned, is about how we nourish our customers through our food. And food is definitely at the center of our ESG strategy as a food company. Our food system is under tremendous pressure today and into the future. Malnutrition is prevalent. At the same time, the impact of food production on the planet is unsustainable. So we know grains and other plants are at the heart of healthy and sustainable diets. We're crafting foods that play important roles in people's lives and driving healthier foods. And with these efforts, we'll nourish 1 billion people by the end of 2030. In the area of ED&I, equity, diversity, and inclusion is a high priority for Kellogg. We have 2 commitments here. By the end of 2025, we're looking to achieve aspirational gender parity goal of 50-50 at the management level. And by the end of 2025, achieve an aspirational goal of 25% underrepresented talent at the management level in the United States. And then this brings me to sustainability, the topic of the day. Before we get into our supply chain, I did just want to share some of our commitments in our own operations. So we do have goals around reducing our scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by the end of 2030. We're also focused with our suppliers and our growers to reduce our scope 3 emissions by 15% by the end of 2030. And I'll give you some examples here in a moment. We do have a commitment to achieve 100% renewable electricity in all facilities globally by the end of 2050. We're about 29% already today. We also have a goal to reduce water in our facilities in high water stress regions by 30% by the end of 2030. Then let me get into our goals specifically around our, I'm so sorry, one second. Apologies. You might have just heard my dogs, the hazard of working from home. But when in our own operations and our supply chain, I just wanted to call out a few goals. I'm going to give you some specific examples of what we're doing with growers. The first is that we're achieving 100% reusable, recyclable, or compostable packaging. The second is that we want to build resilient and responsible supply chains for our priority ingredients. And then our third is that we're supporting 1 million farmers and workers globally, especially women and smallholders. So here, I wanted to share a little bit about our Origins program. I know the topic of the day is sustainable agriculture. So what I wanted to do is just talk a little bit about how we're engaging our suppliers and growers in our sustainability initiative. We have a number of what we call Origins projects, and here you'll see them as the spoons across this map. I'm just going to touch on 2 or 3 of the examples today. But what these programs are to enhance a number of environmental or social benefits. We focus on these projects across some of our core ingredients, whether they're rice, potatoes, sugar, palm oil, and so forth. And in those projects on the ground, we'll be providing technical support with our growers, identifying what are the best sustainable agriculture practices for those particular commodities. And we'll be working on a number of environmental outputs, whether that's soil health, water consumption, livelihood of farmers, potentially biodiversity of the region. And so with that, I just wanted to share a little bit about a few projects. I'm going to pick just maybe 2 or 3 projects around the globe to give you an idea of what we're doing. For example, I'm going to start with U.S. rice. So earlier this year, Kellogg announced what we're calling our Ingrained program. And that is a $2 million 5-year program that will partner with lower Mississippi River Basin farmers to reduce their climate impact, ensuring that benefits to the people and plant are ingrained in our food. Much of the rice that's sourced in this area is used in our iconic brands like Rice Krispies and Special K. The Ingrained program will partner in the lower Mississippi River Basin to reward rice farmers for the tons of greenhouse gas they reduce, using a playbook of climate positive practices that we've adopted for their farms. In 2022, Kellogg will pilot Ingrained in Northeast Louisiana in collaboration with a leading agriculture GHG measurement firm called Regrow. Rice producers will be part of this program. Our Kellogg supplier rice mill, which is the Kennedy Rice Farm, and the agricultural business firm Syngenta. The pilot will provide training opportunities in irrigation management, nutrient management, and soil health to support farmer transitions to new practices. And then we'll be rewarding farmers with $20 per ton of greenhouse gas abatement that these new practices achieve. These practices will be quantified with the Regrow secure measurement reporting and verification platform. The pilot has the potential to reduce irrigation water, an opportunity to conserve the important region's water resources and reduce farmers' operating costs. Through the Ingrained program, the partners estimate to reduce up to about 51,000 tons of greenhouse gas from our North American rice ingredient supply chain over the next 5 years. This reduction is equivalent of taking more than 10,000 vehicles off the road. And feedback from participating farmers will shape and improve the program's implementation into the future. Another one that I'd like to share is on a different commodity in Europe, focused on potatoes. In this pilot project, Pringles, which is one of our key brands, Kellogg's famous savory snack, is supporting 10 French and Belgian potato farmers to launch the Origins potato program. Kellogg is partnering with its longstanding flake supplier, Clairvaux Potatoes, and Soil Capital, an independent agronomic technology company that supports farmers in the transition to a more profitable and regenerative agriculture. This pilot project supports farmers to help them reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and adopt more sustainable farming practices. And another one that I'd like to share a little bit closer to home is our Mexico corn program. So this multi-year partnership with CIMMYT, 225 Mexican corn producers and our suppliers exceeded our 2020 goal to reach 200 farmers who have begun producing yellow maize. The farmers received direct training to implement conservation agricultural practices and improved their farm productivity by about 36%. Because of this success, Kellogg and CIMMYT just extended the partnership for another 4 years to expand to more local sourcing. And we hope that the sustainability goals they will include, but are not limited to, hectares managed with conservation agriculture practices and the greenhouse gas reduction. Those are just a few of the examples of some of our Origins projects and ways that we're working with suppliers and growers on different commodities, trying to solve how to reduce climate change impact of those commodities, how to hopefully reduce water usage, as well as drive farmer livelihoods. You can actually see a lot of our projects at kellogg.com. We do share some of the results of our projects. The last piece I wanted to talk about, because one of the questions was about engaging consumers. So we know that consumers are very interested in this topic, as Nestle had just shared in the previous presentation. And we're trying to find ways to bring these stories to the consumers and customers. We've identified a number of different projects. So I mentioned we've just launched the U.S. rice program. We will be able to share that stories with retailers and with consumers on how we're supporting U.S. farmers. We've also launched some other different projects. I mentioned the Simit corn project. You'll see the Zucaritas box there. We've supported 200 Mexican farmers to sustainably grow a variety of maize, not common in the area. Down on the bottom left is an example where we have actually launched the first ever cereal eco-fill stations in Korea to reduce plastic usage and really reduce, or really go after more sustainable packaging or eliminate packaging where possible. We're also updating our recycling labels across breakfast packs in Australia to make recycling packaging even easier. And then over on the right, two examples. One of them is a program here in the United States called Mission Tiger, where we're helping provide access to more students through recreational activities and sports. And on the bottom is a very interesting technology called Novolens, which helps customers with sight impairment read our packaging and find it in store more easily. So there's just some of the examples of how we are engaging our customers and consumers in ways that we're telling these stories of how we're working on our different environmental, social, and governance topics like ED&I, sustainability, well-being, and hunger, and different ways that we're engaging with growers and farmers to help make progress against all of our Better Days Promise goals. Thank you so much for the time. Hopefully, if there is time, I'm happy to take any questions, or obviously able to take any questions afterward as well. Thank you.
Ms. Mayers, it is a pleasure for us to have you here collaborating and contributing to this panel. I hope in another opportunity to have you in person here in Brazil to learn more about our sustainable production model, so we can exchange experiences and information. And we saw the map that there are no actions with growers in Brazil. So I invite you to extend your programs of fostering and technology to Brazilian growers. Thank you.
We do have some programs in Brazil in development. We have not made them public yet, so watch for some new news shortly.
Thank you very much. The organization of the event thanks you for your participation. We don't have a lot of time, so we will now move on to the next panel. We have here to close on a good closing, Pedro Arruda, who is the executive responsible for the International Sugar Organization since 2006, an institutional body, intergovernmental body that makes economic analysis and public policies of sugar and ethanol, sugarcane ethanol around the world. Pedro lives in London, and he came from London especially for this panel. And I think he has the opportunity to talk a little bit about this sustainable production of biofuels that has a lot to do with this energy transition agenda, bringing other alternatives like bioplastics and other products, in addition to the cogeneration of energy. So Pedro, the floor is yours. Please make your considerations, make your remarks.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here today to talk among such distinguished group of speakers and audience. It's a very pertinent topic, and there's so much to new consumer demands, especially in the world of sugar. As you pointed out, there are just so many facets and so much going on. But before we jump into these new consumer demands, I think it's pertinent and it's important to first look at how demand is currently behaving in the world of sugar, because there are numerous challenges as well that are current. in the world of sugar. So first off, let's look at how the consumption, a brief overview of how consumption has been behaving over the last few years. And what we can see here is that actually the average annual consumption growth for sugar consumption is quite low when compared to other commodities. We see here a projection of only about 1.6% growth recently, and this trend has been decreasing over the years. Of course, there are various regional differences in terms of consumption of sugar. Here there's a pie chart indicating where we see consumption in different regions of the world. And it's very important too to realize and to understand that per capita consumption varies significantly regionally. So while in Africa per capita consumption is quite low, in Europe, for instance, is quite high. And we've seen actually in more recent times that average consumption growth in Europe, for instance, has been negative. So it's been decreasing. And here we can see a very revealing chart from the FAO and OECD comparing sugar to other different commodities. And what you can see here is that it's the only one that has a negative per capita consumption growth in the previous decade, meaning that the growth in consumption has actually been boosted by population growth. Of course, there's a number of reasons as to why consumption has been so challenged over the years, but I'd be remiss not to mention the important, the big elephant in the room here, which is the whole sugar and health debate, which has affected consumption and continues to affect consumption. And I personally feel a little bit unfairly. It's been a target of, I guess, a villainization of sugar has occurred in the last few years. And there's been a lot of misinformation. And I put up the logo of WSRO there for a reason, because they do fantastic work in analyzing and giving objective scientific analysis of peer-reviewed scientific papers regarding sugar and health. So it's the World Sugar Research Organization. I would invite you to have a look. It's crucial to developing public policies that are geared towards more healthy diets, for sure, without the villainization of specific ingredients. But this has obviously led to public policies aimed at reducing consumption. This has led to the reformulation of products. And of course, we've seen a significant rise in the number of sugar taxes throughout the world. Here we recently at the ISO, we published this study on sugar taxes. So I would invite you to go and check it out. But you can see that the number of countries that have implemented sugar taxes or taxes on sugar sweetened beverages has increased tremendously over the years. And this is a trend that is continuing. So against this backdrop, against this scenario and these challenges, let's switch gears a little bit and talk more about now sustainability and initiatives for certification for consumption, for sustainable production and consumption of sugar. And I've listed a few of them here. There's several more, of course, but these are big ones, I guess, in the world of sugar. We have Bonsuco, for instance. They've got production standards which measure the environmental and social performances of producers. We've got fair trade, for instance, where you have buyers that are willing to pay a little bit more, which then you have smallholders, small producers that receive a premium, a fixed premium for their sugar. And of course we have organic sugar, which I'm sure most of you know. Organic, certified organic production follows the whole ethos, the whole principles of organic production. So that means without synthetic inputs, that means without the synthetic fertilizers. And what you can see is that all of these certifications are very different between themselves. They try to achieve more sustainable production in different manners. But let's talk a little bit about the organic sugar market. Of course, let me preface this by saying that it's very difficult to look at the organic sugar market because there is very limited data in the sector. I mean, we at the ISO, we have 87 member countries. They report raw sugar and refined sugar production to us. But being a relatively niche market and a fast-growing market, there's still not a cohesive database for organic sugar production. So recently, our member countries have asked us to do a study on organic sugar and to try to identify what the trends are, where is this growing, how this market is developing. So we did this study a couple of years ago, thanks to our member countries who have helped us with their producer associations and their producers, which have gotten in touch with us and sent us data. But what is interesting here is that you can see that production of organic sugar has been rising and has been rising very quickly. We can see here that in this map, which is also very revealing, that most of the production is actually in South America. Brazil is a major producer of organic sugar, who also happens to have a domestic market for organic sugar. But other major producers here in South America include Paraguay, include Argentina as a long-standing producers. But increasingly now we have Colombia as well, which has been increasing their production of organic sugar quite quickly. And of course they benefit from free trade agreements to Europe, and which are, of course, the EU and the US are the largest market for organic products today. Here in this chart, we can see that there still is a significant premium in terms of organic sugar prices compared to conventional sugar. And it's obvious, of course, there has to be a premium, otherwise I don't think many producers would undertake the risk in doing such an endeavor unless they had a payout, a premium against organic conventional sugar. But what we can see as well is that the price of organic sugar has actually kind of slightly declined over the years as more market entrants, as more production has appeared in the scene. But I think another thing that we can see here is that it's much more related to the dynamics of the production and consumption of the organic market rather than variations in prices of world sugar prices. And concluding here the organic sugar segment, I think it's important to mention that while it is growing rapidly, it's still a very niche market and only represents about 0.3% of total sugar consumption. So there's a lot of potential for growth, but there are a number of challenges as well in terms of scaling up production because it requires a whole supply chain to be able to produce this certified organic sugar. Now, I want to finish, and I'll try to be very brief as we're running out of time, but it's impossible to talk about the sugar sector without acknowledging the fact that the sugar sector is much more than just sugar. It's a very integrated bioeconomy sector, and it's got so much potential. It's so much to give in various areas, such as bioenergy, and here I'm talking about cogeneration of bagasse-based electricity. I'm talking about biogas. I'm talking about biomethane, and of course ethanol. That's crucial. These are crucial tools in our arsenal today in the world to be able to decarbonize transportation. And this is something that is increasingly demanded by customers around the world. These are viable solutions. These are drop-in solutions in many cases to be able to decarbonize transportation, which is an immense sector to be able to tackle. There's a bright future ahead, I think, as well, even considering electrification of vehicles, because the battery electrification isn't the only way that we can achieve the electrification, of course. There's also the potential to use fuel cells that use ethanol and produce hydrogen to then power our vehicles in a green, sustainable manner. So there's a lot in terms of bioenergy that the sector can still do. There's also animal feed that's produced from this sector, and also another rising sector is the bioplastic sector, which uses ethanol or fermentation polylactic acid to create plastics that are much more sustainable than the fossil fuel-based varieties. So the message is that there is a lot that the sector can offer, and I look forward to seeing where we will go and how this will scale up, because it's such an incredible tool in our arsenal to be able to decarbonize not only transportation, but several sectors. That's my message for you today. Thank you very much. I'm open to any questions in English or in Portuguese. Muito obrigado.
Muito bom, Pedro. Obrigado pela sua.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for your presentation. It's interesting to see this circular economy around sugarcane production, right? Because you can make sugar, which is food, and it's also part of our guilty pleasures, right? It can be consumed. I think sugar is part of our indulging moments, right? Even when horses do a good job, we give them sugar as a treat. Anyway, or dogs. We all indulge ourselves because we need that extra source of energy. So that's why we use sugar, and we need sugar. So Brazil is a great tropical producer. We produce 130 tons of sugar, and we are on the right path in regards to decarbonization. We don't need to use the soil extensively. So we need to take that into account, right? So we need to focus on decarbonization, the whole route, from the well to the wheel. So we need to look at the whole supply chain and the whole production process, from the biodiesel to the bioplastic and so on. If we have the circular economy that can create new jobs and job positions, also getting people out of the poverty line, just like it happens in India. India is one of the countries that are the biggest producers of sugar in the world. So we, in other countries, I know that, such as Asia, we don't have a high sugar consumption. However, in the poor countries we do, or the underdeveloped countries we do. And we started talking about the importance of the habit changes and the consumer habit changes, and how they all merge. And we are on the same page. We are facing the same synergy in regards to supply chain, and they all can foster different eating habits, right? We don't want to be as dependent as we are in fossil fuels. We want to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels. We know that there are people who are under the poverty line and they need to be fed. So we have 150 million people that became vulnerable due to the pandemic. So our mission here and our commitment is to look at this scenario from a integration perspective. We need to integrate all areas. They need to emerge, and we need to produce healthy foods available to everyone, cheap. And also we must focus on social inclusion. We also must focus on generating income. We must invest in infrastructure, schools, roads. We are all on the same page and on the same boat. We have a responsibility with the world. The world needs to grow and people need to eat. So I will wrap it up now in a nutshell. That's it. Thank you so much for being here today. It's been a pleasure to have each and every one of you with us today here. I think this is a forum that is a global forum, and we are discussing very crucial topics that will play a very important role by 2050. Thank you very much.
Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao GAF 22.
Years ago, when the Global Agribusiness Forum was launched, its commitment to the development and promotion of a sustainable global agriculture made it become something much bigger than just a reoccurring event. What was intended to be a space dedicated to reflection and debate surpassed the limit of ideas and became a continuous movement, one that seeks to overcome the current challenges to the world's socio-economic development, but also commits to building a safe future for the global agricultural chain. In the last 2 years, the world had to face a global pandemic that triggered a silent warning. Can countries work together and prepare for unfavorable events in the future? Are we doing the best we can in face of climate change? Has global food security been our #1 priority? Such themes have already been at the center of GAF's debates and discussions throughout its first decade of history. However, what used to be a warning needs to become a plan of action. In this edition, we need to emphasize the urgency and present solutions fast. We need, as a global community, to act in the present to save our future. During these 2 days of event, heads of state, political and social leaders, entrepreneurs, the scientific and academic community, rural producers and farmers from all over the world are gathered in one place to define the new paths for global agribusiness, taking on the challenge of discussing safe and viable solutions for all sectors. paths that, above all, generate inclusive and sustainable economic growth, and place the people and the environment first. Food security, climate change, and sustainability are topics that, now more than ever, make us think. Where do we see ourselves in the future? What do we want for our current generation and the next ones? How can we be transformative agents really capable of change? Our natural resources are limited. The health of our planet and society demands for new ways of producing, preserving, expanding, and truly seeing the world around us. The future demands action, not later. It starts right now. Be part of the movement. To harvest a new tomorrow, we need to sow new ideas. Global Agribusiness Forum. For a decade, reconnecting people to the field for the benefit of our planet.
Expertise de empresas parceiras no segmento do agronegócio. Pioneiros em emissões de títulos agro e mercado de capitais como CPR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros, que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
For this arena, thank you all for watching. Tomorrow, in the afternoon, we will resume with our simultaneous arenas. I invite you all to check the full schedule on globalagribusinessforum.com.